Do it in like 10 minutes. I meant, no, in like 10. A minute. Yeah. Hello? Okay, great. But this is not on though, right? So when people come up on stage, what do I give them? Do they- They're gonna just come up and- Jeez.
Everyone is requested to please be seated, and if there are any empty rows in the front, you're requested to please fill them in first. Thank you.
No, but let everyone sit down. Start, yeah? Assalamu alaikum. My name is Nicola Ampaful, and I'm the Africa Project Advisor at New Wing Global. And our organization empowers innovation across the world, including developing and emerging countries like Pakistan. You will all hear from our CEO, Jimmy Wynn, during his Win Hour this afternoon. I'm really excited to be in Lahore, Pakistan, and attending the third edition of Future Fest, Pakistan's biggest tech event. I would like to especially thank and welcome our chief guest, Mr. Ibrahim Hassan Murad, the Provincial Minister and President of UMT, for his tremendous support of this amazing event. Over the next 3 days, you will hear from leading speakers, see exhibitions, and engage in wonderful dialogue as we work together to advance the power of technology for the future of Pakistan. The path to a brighter Pakistan can seem challenging, but we're all here today to say, the challenge is accepted. I would now like to welcome Arzish Azam, the founder and CEO of Ijad Labs and Future Fest.
Assalamu alaikum ji. Assalamu alaikum everyone. Hi, my name is Arzish. I founded this event as per my introduction. I prepared a very elegant speech for today, but I'm just coming from another morning event which just got added to the agenda. So I'll do my speech based on my reflections. We started this company called Ijad Labs. So Ijad in Urdu means innovation. 7 years ago, the goal was to do something innovative with a very vague idea of what innovation actually is. And we've learned in the process. We've done our mistakes. We've that we set up following our history back in 2022, where we felt that in order to engage the youth, all of you in a better way, we need to incentivize you with something. For us, music seemed to do the job. Yesterday night, we did a very unconventional, cool opening concert to engage the youth of Pakistan, of this very city. We got a lot of mileage on Instagram, I believe. I've been getting messages since this morning. One of the key achievements of yesterday was that we invited creators. So we created a creator pass, invited Instagrammers, YouTubers, everyone who's kind of creating content, recognizing their potential, their contribution. And we had around 1,500 or so creators, which is by far the biggest gathering of creators ever in any event. And to enable this creation, we've set up an enterprise-grade Wi-Fi in this facility with 2 GB dedicated bandwidth. I'm getting too technical here, but all of these things, it's important to share with you to kind of give you a glimpse of what it takes to set up something like this, especially when it's not done before, especially when maybe the ecosystem around you doesn't support an activity like this, or maybe any other innovative thing or entrepreneurship or the youth of Pakistan to reach their full potential. But now to the more positive end of my speech. But now we're not limited by our physical boundaries, by the cities we are born in, by the countries we belong to. We're part of a global community. I have so many of my international global friends here who've been coming for many, many times, and some of them have come last year, announced some amazing initiatives like Reskills from Malaysia, and Jimmy is here who's doing a win speech section. Then I see Murtaza Hashwani Saab and Haseeb Kardezi Saab, some amazing leaders from Pakistan are also, within the country are also present here. What I've learned over this brief journey is that internet has kind of opened the doors for us, opened the door for the 5th largest population in the world. By 2032, we will be the 3rd largest working age population in the world. Pakistan's median age is 23. Unfortunately, Pakistan's leadership's age is not 23, which is why we see a lot of disconnect in what we want and what is given to us. But it's merely a disconnect. I don't think they're ill-intentioned. I think we need to be more vocal. We need to come together. We need to go online. We need to tell them what we want, how we want to shape our future. And if they don't listen, we have to do it ourselves. We have to fight for what we want to do, what we need to do, and what we honestly deserve. When I travel and I go to countries like Saudi Arabia and the UAE and all these other places, unfortunately, a lot of labor jobs are being done by our brothers and our sisters. And it's unfortunate. It's sad to see that while some of us can travel and see the world, a very large part of our country has been struggling, has been doing the hard jobs to make ends meet, which we call the diaspora. Some of them have done amazingly well and joined us here today. But I think we could have done a better job. We could have trained our people better. We could have prepared them to take the full advantage of these opportunities rather than just sending labor. And in the digital arena, we are enabled to do this. We are enabled to upskill our youth. We are enabled to train them. We are enabled to empower them to get the most out of what we call the digital economy. Every other day we hear a story, we get an article on pro-Pakistani or a video or something that someone from Bahawalpur has created a 700 people software company. I think he's here with us today as well, Taqir, or someone who's doing freelancing and making $100,000 a year. And these things feel like a dream, right? But what's the phenomena behind this? What's going on? How are so many people now creating software companies and startups and going online? And I learned from a company called Deal that more than 6,000 people are doing remote jobs, earning $150 million a year, and bringing that to the Pakistani economy. I think what's going on is that our population has now finally gotten the chance to do what we do, to kind of be productive and to contribute to economies that pay well. While our local economy has struggled over the past 2 years, what we've seen is that companies like Yango, which came to Pakistan at the last Future Fest, and all these other tech-enabled initiatives, whether they are startups or products or services companies, they've actually done considerably well. Even today, you ask any software company and they need human resources. This is not a lucky phenomena. There is a logic behind us, right? The environment that is here on the circumstances, on the geopolitical issues, the 6,000 remote workers that are working online, I don't think their employers care which country they're from, as long as they're contributing, as long as they're skilled. Uh, the West has an aging population right now. We have a fast growing young population, and we need to make the most of this opportunity. The reason for doing this event and doing this over the years and hopefully for the next many, many years is to just raise a voice, is to bring people together, is to especially bring the youth. We traveled to 40 cities over the past 2 months, my father did especially, and he talked to the youth because I think he talked to me many years ago and maybe I listened to something, so I wanted you all to listen from him and maybe take a step further. Have to make do with whatever we've got. We've got a lot of challenges. This generation, this country, especially our generation, we feel like the whole world is working against us. But we have to work with this. Civilization has always been like this. And that is why our slogan this year is challenge accepted. Because we want to make a call that we, as the youth of Pakistan, accept all the challenges that are given to us, and we aspire to solve these. We aspire to build despite these challenges. And, and that is only possible if we are able to do this together. People like Azad Chaiwala and Rahan Allahwala and Hassan Sarwar and all these online gurus have been talking about freelancing for many, many years, and that's why so many people are here today as well, because they've helped establish the importance of this opportunity. What we want to do is help you find a path on how to make the most of opportunity. That is why over the next 3 years, you'll have speakers on 3 different stages, 40 roundtables, a lot of podcasts, 300 exhibitors, a music festival again just to entertain you, but we've also done that with a tech play with Spotify. We feel it's super cool. We hope you like it. But all of these educational content, it's being produced, Instagram reels and YouTubes and vlogs, so that even those of you who are not here, they can learn from the experts. They can learn from the international experts that are here. They can learn from the local tech success stories and find their path. I believe that a lot of Pakistanis, a lot of people from Pakistan, a lot of people outside Pakistan have realized this opportunity, are making the most of this opportunity. They're creating businesses, they're raising capital, they're creating products. But more of us need to do this. We are a 250 million people country. Again, 70% of us are young. 23 is our median age. And I think every day 18,000 babies are born in Pakistan. So that's like a lot of babies to train and to upskill and to enable them to make the most of their potential. And we cannot rely on the existing system that brought us to this very point that we are today. We must create a new system. Maybe not politically, but economically, by joining the digital economy, by becoming part of this online world that is accessible with our smartphone alongside TikTok and all these other tools that you have, and making the most of this global connectivity, which is unprecedented in human history. What you learn from ChatGPT today would take someone a lot of books 50 years ago and a lot of trips to a library and a lot of hard work. what we have today, maybe we're not understanding the power of these tools. But with this event, we hope that you get a chance to explore your true potential and make the most of it. And along with us, make the resolve to say that, we've accepted the challenge. Thank you so much and welcome to Future Fest.
I would now like to welcome up Atif Awan, the founder and managing partner of Indus Valley Capital. Let's give him a warm welcome.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you for being here, and thank you to Ijad Labs and Future Fest team for bringing us all together here. My name is Atif Awan. About 4 years ago, I started an early stage VC fund focused on Pakistani startups. It's called Indus Valley Capital. And since then, we have gone to invest in multiple startups, tens of millions of dollars across edtech, logistics, e-commerce, fintech, many sectors. And we've seen some failures, but we've seen a tremendous great and success as well in bringing Pakistan's economy online. Arzish, I think, had an amazing speech earlier, and he talked about the fundamentals of Pakistan. I'll build on that. And what I want to do in the next 5 minutes is persuade all of you that Pakistan has a prosperous future that will be built on top of technology and entrepreneurship. So to start with, a few months ago, Goldman Sachs released this very interesting report that people found hard to believe. And that report said that by 2075, so in 2 generations from now, Pakistan's GDP will be $12.7 trillion. It will be the 6th largest economy in the world, and it would be a quarter of US's GDP at the time. Now that sounds really hard to believe, given where we are today and what we saw last couple of years. And today, US GDP is 70 times larger than Pakistan's. So really what they're claiming is, over the next 2 generations, relative to US, Pakistan's GDP will grow 18x. And that's incredible. And the reason it is not that hard to believe, and it's actually will happen and make sense, is to predict the future, you have to look at the history. You go back centuries of data on economies. Throughout most of the last 1,500 years, the 2 largest economies in the world have been China and the subcontinent, which is India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh put together. And the primary reason for that was these were the largest populations. And back then, the difference between individual productivity across country wasn't that big. So whoever had the largest population tended to have the largest economy. That changed with the industrialization. And the West, really started increasing the productivity way faster than the global South and the East. And as a result, we saw this massive gap that exists today. But with information technology, we've already seen that gap starting to close. Everybody can learn faster. China, we have seen, has closed that gap. India is on that trajectory. But what's amazing is that just some recent developments in tech actually are going to accelerate all of this way, way faster. So first, just looking at the population. So Pakistan is now 240, 250 million people. But just in 1 generation, by 2050, because we're so young, median age of 23, Pakistan will have as many people in 1 generation as in their labor force as all of EU combined by 2050. That's incredible. Like, look at all the European Union economies put together, and our labor force would be the same. And we will have 1/4 the number of old people to support. So Europe actually is looking at a big, big demographic disaster. And that's where you see all the immigration-related issues. And I think there's an opportunity to connect the economies where the youth from Pakistan and the global South can help, actually, Europe and Japan with these demographic issues. That's from a working population perspective. But what's also happening is that the productivity as a result of generative AI, all of a sudden, a 5-year-old child sitting in a small town in Pakistan can have access to the best of knowledge in an interactive way in their own native language, whether it's Punjabi or Sindhi or Saraiki or Baloch. Going to grow up now, I think that will massively reduce that gap. They'll be connected with the global economy. So we will close that productivity gap. Now, I want to just touch on what are the biggest challenges that Pakistan faces. Productivity, I already covered. The other challenges are we have a fiscal deficit. So the government spends more than it earns. And we have a trade imbalance that leads to current account deficit, and how technology will actually help with, and entrepreneurship will help with both of those. So first of all, look at agriculture. Pakistan, even though we rank lowest on productivity per acre, we are still in the top 10 countries on most of the important crops in the world. But what's happening now is that startups like Farmdar from our portfolio, they are building technology that can use satellite maps, that can use sensor data and machine learning to help farmers, to help corporate farmers increase their productivity. So that agri-productivity is going to go up, which helps the government earn more. It also helps us not avoid importing food, which we shouldn't, and as we increase the yield, we should be exporting food and earning precious foreign reserves. Startups like Maqsad in EdTech, they're already reaching 400,000 students a month and teaching them. So that increases that productivity. And as the economy comes online, what happens is most of the transactions get documented. The biggest problem the government has is that it doesn't know who to tax. That problem goes away, and we're already at a point where we are rapidly increasing. Just NayaPay and SadaPay, between them, have brought together more than 1.5 million digital wallets. The retailers are starting to adopt these technologies. Most of the B2B transactions will eventually happen online. And once that happens, government can increase its revenue, and that will solve a fundamental problem that Pakistan has. And what got them through was that they grew those IT exports 100x to $150 billion over the next 25 years. They're still running deficits on the rest of the economy, but the tech more than pays for everything else, right? And we don't need to grow at 100x. We are at 3 to 4 billion. By the time you grow it to 20, 25, 30 billion, it starts to become a significant enough percentage of the economy where we get out of this cycle of running out of forex, leading to higher inflation, leading to economy going down, and we'll have that buffer the way India has to then build. I don't think there is any other answer. The answer we have is right here in this room. in all towns and cities of Pakistan, young men and women working on technology, building their startups, freelancing. And if we continue to support them, I'm highly confident that Pakistan is a prosperous future that will be built on top of technology and entrepreneurship. Thank you so much for being a wonderful audience.
We will now start the Future Fest official event, and I will hand this over to Nikki Bedford.
Test, test, test. Okay. You can hear me, but you can't see me. Ready? Hello. Hello, hello. Kush Amadid, salam. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Future Fest of 2024, Pakistan's largest technology festival. With over 500 companies here from 50 countries, we showcase the forefront of future technology. Before we begin, I'd firstly like to thank our sponsors, our gold sponsors to start, Hashu Group, The Vertical, and also all of the other sponsors that are involved as well. We are here to learn and celebrate the remarkable advancements in technology that has shaped our world as we continue to push the limits of what's possible. Now, based on the incredible lineup of guests and people I have seen, as you are seated, if you look to the people on your left, or you look to the people on your right, you are most likely in the presence of a gifted genius. And we are going to hear from a lot of them over the coming days. I'm Nikki Bedford. I was head of Asia Pacific at BuzzFeed. I'm now the founder of She Leads the Way, and I specialize in business transformation. And I'm truly honored to be your host today. We are going to have so much fun as we dive into the wide world of science and technology, as we explore emerging tech trends and their profound impact on various industries, but also as well as opening up a broader conversation. Today, we stand at the precipice of a new era. Okay, thank you for that. Today, we stand at the precipice of a new era where technology has genuinely become something that's transforming our lives every single day. It transforms the way that we work, it transforms the way that we communicate, and it transforms the way that we experience the world on a daily basis. With each passing day, we are witnessing breakthrough innovations that not only revolutionize industries, but also shapes the very fabric of our societies. So consider this. With all of these remarkable advancements, it's essential for us to pause, take a step back, and reflect upon the motivations behind the progress that we're making in the tech space. As the late Steve Jobs said, technology alone is not enough. Technology must be accompanied by a deeper understanding of human values and needs. And it's in events like these that we can enable the power of collaboration and make sure that we're creating a better future for all of us, a better world for all of us. Because that's exactly what we're after, right? Yes. Let's take a moment to appreciate the interconnected nature of science and technology in our daily lives. We're in an era where the impossible is becoming routine, from the devices in our pockets or on our arms or in our ears, to electric transportation, 3D printing, the new world of AI, or the marvels of space exploration. It genuinely blows my mind. And so I have a couple of questions for you, just out of interest. How many of you have already used ChatGPT this week? Okay, this is a technology festival, so of course we're using ChatGPT. How many of you have experienced augmented or virtual reality? Okay, quite a few hands. We are a tech bunch. How many of you invest in crypto? Oh, good. Come and see me after. I need some tips. Does anyone own a robot? Oh, we've got a couple of hands. Only 2 hands. Maybe we'll see more next year. Over the next few days, I encourage you to engage, participate, and immerse yourself in the discussions, as we will have opportunities for Q&A at the end of our speaker discussions. It's in these moments that we are able to generate new ideas as we start to collaborate with one another. As we kick off FutureFest 2024, I want you to get excited about the future. I have no doubt that you will leave here feeling inspired, motivated, and pumped about the future of technology, but also, more importantly, the future of us. So are you ready? Yes, let's begin. So, who do we have first on the agenda? Let me check. I think we've got a panel, a fireside panel. So I'm delighted to introduce Aska. Sorry. I know that you pointed something. I was pointed something when I was here, so I just want to double check. Which one is it? So is this right now? Okay, perfect. So I'm delighted to introduce our first topic of the day, Transforming Pakistan, Nadeem Hussein's Vision for Financial Inclusion, delivered by Nadine Hussain, a coach at Planet N Group. Please put your hands together.
I guess you can hear me. पहले तो मैं आपसे गुजारिश करूंगा कि just sit in your space, and I would like a round of applause for yourself, because you're the future of Pakistan, not me. और मेरा नाम नदीम हुसैन है. मैंने पाकिस्तान में सिटी बैंक में 27 साल काम करने के बाद आके एक माइक्रो फाइनेंस बैंक शुरू किया, टेक्नोलॉजी ने, जिसने बाद में टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल किया. और my team and I founded Easy Paisa, which was valued by Ant Financial Services at $410 million. So a made in Pakistan company valued at nearly half a unicorn. So it's possible to do that in Pakistan despite all our issues. आप भी कर सकते हैं. मैं आपका तकरीबन 15 मिनट टाइम लूँगा, 15 से 20 मिनट. And I'll share some of my journey with you, where I moved from a investment banker with Citibank, which was working around the world, to first a entrepreneur at the age of 48, जब मैंने तामीर बैंक शुरू किया. उसके बाद 11 साल के बाद मैंने तामीर बैंक को उनके हमारे जो दूसरे फाउंडर्स थे टेलनॉर, उनको बेच दिया. और उसके बाद मैंने प्लैनेट एन शुरू किया. Planet N has so far invested in 50 tech companies, और मैं बताऊंगा हमारा क्राइटेरिया क्या है. And Planet 10 now is the only holding company which has invested in companies in Pakistan, which pays a dividend every quarter. So we're actually on a path of profitability and giving a return to our shareholders. So profitability is also possible, not just valuations when you're creating your own company. आपके पास एक यूनिक अपॉर्चुनिटी है. वो अपॉर्चुनिटी ये है कि 65% of people in Pakistan are under 35 and another 55 are under 25. We have one of the largest youth cohorts in the world, and honestly, you are going to change the future of Pakistan as to what you do and what you design. मेरी जनरेशन की सोच ये थी कि जब हम ग्रेजुएट करेंगे तो हमें किसी मल्टीनेशनल में जॉब मिल जाए, अच्छी सैलरी मिल जाए और एस्पिरेशन ये है कि हम कंट्री मैनेजर बन जाएं. We graduate close to 1 million students a year, and our service economy does not have the capacity to absorb each and every one of you on a salary basis. So now's the time for you to think about becoming an entrepreneur as opposed to working for a salary. ये आसान काम नहीं है, लेकिन मुमकिन काम है. If you have an idea, if you have the resolve to actually create something, you can, because पाकिस्तान के अंदर जो कस्टमर जर्नी है वो इतनी कॉन्वोल्यूटेड है कि आप किसी इंडस्ट्री को भी ले लें, चाहे इट्स बैंकिंग, whether it's insurance, whether it's logistics, whether it's home delivery, there are huge pain points, and all you have to figure out is how to change the customer journey. मुझे ये बताइए, इस जो लोग हॉल में मौजूद हैं, इसमें कितने लोग जो हैं जो अपनी कंपनी बनाने का सोच रहे हैं? अपना हाथ ऊपर कर सकते हैं. आउटस्टैंडिंग. अगर आप अपनी कंपनी बचाने का सोच रहे हैं और आप फॉर एग्जांपल सेक ऑफ हाइपोथेसिस मेरे पास आते हैं और कहते हैं मेरी कंपनी में इन्वेस्ट करें, तो सबसे पहला मैं आपसे जो सवाल पूछूंगा वो ये होगा, आर यू चेंजिंग द कस्टमर जर्नी? इससे ज़्यादा अहम कोई सवाल नहीं है. अगर आप कस्टमर की जर्नी आसान नहीं बना रहे या सिक्योर नहीं बना रहे या कन्वीनियंट नहीं बना रहे, तो आपकी जो बिज़नेस है उसका कामयाब होना बड़ा मुश्किल होगा. योर सिंगल मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट लेंस इज, आर यू चेंजिंग द कस्टमर जर्नी? ये पहला सवाल है. मैं आपको एग्जांपल देता हूँ. अभी हमें रिसेंटली लाइसेंस मिला है रकमी इस्लामिक डिजिटल बैंक का. 5 लाइसेंसेस मिले. एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी जब बैंक में अकाउंट खोलना जाती है तो तकरीबन उसको 40 दिन लग जाते हैं. 20 से 25 पेजेस का फॉर्म होता है, 20 से 25 सिग्नेचर होते हैं, और बहुत दिक्कत होती है एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी को अकाउंट खोलने में. ये अकाउंट 24 घंटे में खुल सकता है. ये 20 पेज का फॉर्म जो है 2 पेज में डिजिटलाइज हो सकता है और बाकी सब अपेंडिक्स में जा सकता है टर्म्स एंड कंडीशन में. 20 सिग्नेचर की जगह एक डिजिटल सिग्नेचर हो सकता है. दैट्स एन एग्जाम्पल ऑफ अ चेंज इन कस्टमर जर्नी. आप जो भी अपना शोबा सोच रहे हैं अपनी कंपनी का, पहली चीज़ आपने सोचनी है कि कस्टमर जर्नी किस तरह चेंज करनी है. दूसरा मैं आपसे सवाल पूछूंगा, कैन यू स्केल इट? यानी कि आपका जो आइडिया है उसको आप स्केल कर सकते हैं. स्केल का मतलब है कि मिनिमम ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम क्या आप मिलियन कस्टमर्स ला सकते हैं. आप अगर 10,000 कस्टमर ला रहे हैं, 20,000 कस्टमर ला रहे हैं, लाख कस्टमर भी ला रहे हैं, तो आपकी कंपनी में कोई वीसी इन्वेस्ट नहीं करेगा. यू हैव टू द एबिलिटी टू थिंक, और पाकिस्तान इज़ द कंट्री ऑफ 225 मिलियन पीपल, कि मैं जो आइडिया लेके आ रही हूँ या लेके आ रहा हूँ उसको मैं स्केल कर सकता हूँ कि नहीं स्केल कर सकता. और तीसरा जो सवाल होगा, आपकी यूनिट इकोनॉमिक्स क्या है? इसका ये मतलब है कि आपकी कस्टमर कॉस्ट ऑफ एक्विजिशन, जिस कॉस्ट पे आप कस्टमर एक्वायर कर रहे हैं, वर्सेस जो लाइफ टाइम वैल्यू ऑफ योर कस्टमर, के वो तारीफ जो है 1 साल के लिए, 2 साल के लिए, 3 साल के लिए आपके पास रहता है, तो वो आपको कितना पैसा देगा. आजकल जो वीसी का रुझान, ये आपको पता है, देयर इज अ ग्लोबल श्रिंकेज ऑफ वीसीज इन्वेस्टिंग, और पाकिस्तान में तो इस साल जो है हमने कोई $40 मिलियन रेस किए हैं वर्सेस 300 मिलियन 350 मिलियन द ईयर्स बिफोर. सो इसी जो यूनिट इकोनॉमिक्स में जो सवाल निकलेगा वो होता है पार्ट टू प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी, कि आपकी कंपनी पैसा कब बनाएगी। अब फर्क नहीं पड़ता कि आप 5वें साल में बना रहे हैं या 7वें साल में बना रहे हैं या 3रे साल में बना रहे हैं, बट व्हाट्स इम्पॉर्टेंट इज डू यू हैव अ प्लान सो दैट यू विल इवेंचुअली मेक प्रॉफिट, क्योंकि उससे डिटर्मिन होगा कि आपको कैपिटल कितना चाहिए होगा, आपकी रनवे क्या होगी, सो दैट यू कैन सस्टेन योर सेल्फ बाय द टाइम यू गेट योर नेक्स्ट राउंड ऑफ मनी। ये पहले जो पैसे मिल रहे थे जस्ट ऑन टॉप लाइन वैल्यूएशन, वो बहुत कम मिल रहे हैं। अब VCs ने अपना लेंस चेंज कर दिया है। तो 3 सवाल, आर यू चेंजिंग द कस्टमर जर्नी, कैन यू स्केल, व्हाट्स योर यूनिट इकोनॉमिक्स। दैट मीन्स कि कस्टमर जो आपकी सर्विस है उसके लिए पैसे देने को तैयार है कि नहीं है, और कस्टमर जब पैसे देगा जब उसे लगेगा कि आप उसको वैल्यू प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं। इजी पैसा ने जब हमने लॉन्च किया था, इजी पैसा टीम, टेलनॉर और तामीर की टीम ने, तो उसकी जो सर्विस थी डोमेस्टिक रिमिटेंस की, दैट वाज अबाउट 10 times more than what the post office service was, लेकिन द वॉल्यूम यू गॉट was tremendous। क्यों? क्योंकि आप सारिफ को कह रहे थे कि आप किसी भी किराना स्टोर पे जाएं जो आपके मोहल्ले में है, वहाँ जाके जिसको आपने पैसे देना है उसका CNIC नंबर दें, उसका फ़ोन नंबर दें, अपना CNIC और फ़ोन नंबर दें, और 1 मिनट में 60,000 लोकेशन में वो पैसे मैसर हो जाएंगे। और जो कंपनी आपको सर्विस दे रही है वो स्टेट बैंक रेगुलेटेड है। सो सिक्योर, कन्वीनियंट, बट फार मोर एक्सपेंसिव देन व्हाट द पोस्ट ऑफिस वाज डूइंग, but the customers were willing to pay for it because they appreciated the value you were getting। तो याद रखिए कि जब तक आप सारिफ को वैल्यू क्रिएट करके नहीं देंगे तो कस्टमर पैसे नहीं देगा। तो ये तो पहले लेंस है बिजनेस मॉडल में। देखें, 99% of the ideas that come to me are replications, ओरिजिनल आइडिया नहीं है। You don't have to have an original idea. If you do, that's great, but it's not necessary. Easy Paisa was not an original idea. The team had looked at, I had looked at Gcash in Philippines, I had looked at M-Pesa in Kenya, and that's when the thought came to me कि हम इसको replicate करते हैं। Obviously जब आप replicate करेंगे आपने देखना होगा कि पाकिस्तान की नीड क्या है versus जहाँ से आप आइडिया ले रहे हैं। So don't have to have an original idea. If you do, that's great, but you don't have to. लेकिन आपने, the game is not in the ideas, the game is in the execution। आप इसको execute किस तरह करेंगे। सेकेंड लेंस जब अगर आप मेरे पास आएंगे तो फॉर्मूला सिंपल है। 70% वेटेज इज, यूजिंग एन एनालॉजी, इज ऑन द जॉकी, जो फाउंडर्स हैं। 70% का वेट है फाउंडर्स पे, क्योंकि जब आप सीट पे आ रहे हैं आपके पास कोई फाइनेंशियल नहीं है, प्रोजेक्शंस हैं। प्रोजेक्शंस आर नॉट वर्थ एनीथिंग, इट्स नाइस टू हैव देम। सो द इन्वेस्टर इज गोइंग टू गेज कि आप और आपका को फाउंडर, होपफुली यू हैव 2 फाउंडर्स, एक टेक्नोलॉजी का बंदा ज़रूरी है क्योंकि आप टेक डिस्ट्रप्शन कर रहे हैं इफ़ यू नो इन दैट फील्ड। 70% वेटेज इज असेसमेंट ऑफ कि ये को फाउंडर्स खड़े रहेंगे नहीं खड़े रहेंगे, बिकॉज आपको स्टार्टअप में बहुत चैलेंजेस आएंगे। 90% ऑफ स्टार्टअप्स फेल ग्लोबली, सो यू हैव टू फिगर आउट कि अगर 90% स्टार्टअप्स फेल तो आपका स्टार्टअप क्यों सर्वाइव करेगा। यू कैन ऑलवेज डू अनदर स्टार्टअप ऑफ द ओरिजिनल स्टार्टअप फेल्स। 20% ऑफ द वेटेज इज ऑन द हॉर्स, दैट इज कि आपका आइडिया क्या है। आइडिया का वेटेज सिर्फ 20% है, 70% है जो आइडिया को एग्जीक्यूट करेगी या करेगा, और 10% इज ऑन द टर्फ, यानी कि ये आइडिया जो है पाकिस्तान के लिए रेलिवेंट है कि नहीं है। हमारी जो 50 कंपनीज में उसमें एटलीस्ट 5 कंपनीज फेल हुई बिकॉज द आइडिया वॉज बिफोर इट्स टाइम। मतलब कि दैट वॉज अ ग्रेट आइडिया बट पाकिस्तान वॉजंट रेडी फॉर इट, और अनदर 10 कंपनीज फेल्ड बिकॉज माई असेसमेंट ऑफ द जॉकी वॉज रॉन्ग, कि ये शख्स जो है ये एग्जीक्यूट कर सकेगा या नहीं कर सकेगा। सो इट्स अ कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ थिंग्स यू नीड टू वरी अबाउट। द इन्वेस्टर विल लुक एट जब आप आएंगे, लेकिन आप ये याद रखिए उनसे आपकी यूनिट इकोनॉमिक्स ज़रूर पूछी जाएगी अगर आप अपनी कंपनी बना रहे हैं। अगर आप फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन की दुनिया में आने चाहते हैं तो स्कोप बहुत बड़ा है, क्योंकि जो हमारे कमर्शियल बैंक्स हैं, सब मेरे दोस्त हैं, उनके लिए मैंने एक शेर पढ़ा था कि क्यों कर संभालते हमें वो कमर्शियल बैंक्स जो खुद टी बिल्स के नशे में ब्रांचेस खोलते रहे। आर बैंक्स बेसिकली टेक मनी फ्रॉम ब्रांचेस and lend to the government। 70% of the income comes from lending to T-bills, PIBs and commodities guaranteed by the government. Total banking industry का जो active customer base है वो सिर्फ 2.1 million customers पे मुश्तमिल है. That's it. Total customer base. Last year, the banking industry profitability increased by 97% based on the bank of the government borrowings in their two instruments. Last year, while the world is shutting down bank branches, Pakistani banks opened a total of 270 branches. तो ब्रांच मॉडल आपका कमर्शियल बैंक्स का कभी चेंज नहीं होना, बड़ा अच्छा मॉडल है, वो चलता रहेगा अगर इफ यू आर अ कमर्शियल बैंक. डिजिटल बैंक्स ऑब्वियसली हैव अ डिफरेंट प्रोसेस. लेकिन अगर आप फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन में आ रहे हैं तो आपके पास लेंडिंग की अपॉर्चुनिटी है वर्किंग विद अ पार्टनर. बहुत बड़ी सेविंग एप्स की अपॉर्चुनिटी है. टोटल नंबर ऑफ पीपल हु आर सेविंग द बैंक्स इज जस्ट टिप ऑफ द आइसबर्ग. क्यों? क्योंकि पाकिस्तानी कौम जो है वो बैंक में सेविंग करती ही नहीं है, वो तो कमेटी डालती है. सो व्हाट प्रोडक्ट हैव यू कम अप विद बाय डिजिटाइजिंग कमेटी, जहाँ एक शख्स जो है वो पेशावर में, एक कराची में, एक जोब में, एक दादू में, they come together on your platform and you underwrite that platform and you create digital committees. What's stopping the market from coming up with fractional gold products, जहाँ आप 100 रुपये का सोना किसी वक्त भी वर्चुअल ख़रीद सकते हैं और एक लिमिट के बाद फिजिकल डिलीवरी ले सकते हैं. सेम थिंग फॉर फ्रैक्शनल रियल एस्टेट. ये सब अगर आपने स्केल लाना है तो यू हैव टू रिड्यूस द साइज ऑफ द ट्रांजैक्शन इन ऑर्डर टू गो टू द मैसेज. इसी तरह हमारी इंश्योरेंस इंडस्ट्री है, हमारा इंश्योरेंस प्रीमियम वर्सेस जीडीपी है वो लेस देन 1% है. सो फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन में तो अगर आप सब इस शोबे में काम करने के लिए आना चाहते हैं तो दे आर ह्यूज अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ वेयर एग्जिस्टिंग पार्टनर्स इंक्लूडिंग बैंक्स और इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज और somebody like Rakmi Islamic will partner with you. So my last message to you is कि अगर आपने एक entrepreneur बनना है तो entrepreneurship is going to come from the heart, not just from the mind. इसका इकबाल का एक शेर है कि बेखतर कूद पड़ा आतिशे नमरूद में इश्क, अकल है मैबे तमाशा है लबे बाम अभी. That means you will have to use passion if you're going to be an entrepreneur, not just logic. Logic will come later, वरना जितने प्रोजेक्शन बनाएंगे आप सोचेंगे मेरे तो पैसे ही नहीं बनेंगे. I always find it, I'm humbled and honored to be here because मेरा जो अब इन्वेस्टमेंट हो रहा है वो यूथ जब रकमी इस्लामिक बैंक है उसमें हमने 5 सेगमेंट्स हैं. एक सेगमेंट सिर्फ स्टूडेंट्स का है. क्यों नहीं हम इस वक्त स्टूडेंट्स को ट्यूशन लोन्स दे रहे? क्यों नहीं हम इस वक्त स्टूडेंट्स को क्रेडिट कार्ड नहीं दे रहे? सो वी विल बी वर्किंग विद पार्टनर्स, government universities or other institutions like A Million Smiles who have great outreach towards the student segment to help empower you and prepare you and give you, if you're a freelancer, provide you the tools you need. If you are a student who's going to be looking for funding for financing your tuition, we'll look at that as well. ये सब बड़ी opportunities है, इसमें आपको कुछ risk लेना है, and the license the bank is for taking risk. So my 20 minutes are up. I'm going to conclude with something that's always inspired me about Iqbal. And this is for you. And Iqbal says, हम खुद तराशते हैं मनाजिल के संगे मील, हम वो नहीं हैं जिनको ज़माना बना गया. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Oh. Thank you so much, Nadeem. So as we prepare for our next panel, I'd be delighted to introduce the speakers and the moderator. First, we have the moderator, Saad Siddiqui. And the panel today is Leading the Future of Global Education Technology. Very, very powerful topic here. I'd love to introduce the speakers. We have Maleha Ahad, the CEO at AIM Middle East. We have Aruj Seaman, the CEO at eServices and Technologies. We have Gabe Gabriel, engineer at NASA. We have Saad Siddiqui, CEO at Adversity, who is our moderator. And we also have Vibeke Gwendoline van Groost. I can almost guarantee that has been missaid. But founding CEO and House of Math. Wonderful. over to you for a very powerful discussion. Stay tuned. Malaha. We also have here a speaker, Maliha Ahad, CEO at AIM Middle East. Are you saying that because she's not here? Or? And then also Uruj Seaman, CEO at E-Services and Technologies. If you're both here, we'll bring you up on the stage now to participate in our panel. In the meantime, while we're waiting for them, if anyone wants to participate in the AI event, they're over there now. Volunteers can accept you at the door if you'd like to participate in those talks. We're just waiting a couple of seconds for our speakers. But if anyone has any small talk, maybe we can get involved in something. They will start. Otherwise, we'll start without them, I'd say. We've got enough people up here to have a great conversation. Or maybe I'll hand pick a few people from the crowd and we can bring you up here to participate. How about that?
What I tell people, it's like...
Oh, I think we've got a volunteer. Is that Dan? Oh, goodness. We've got Dan joining the panel, everyone. Go, Dan. I can vouch for Dan. He's a great guy. Very nice man. I can vouch for Dan. He's a great guy. He's going to be exemplary on this panel. You wait for the nuggets of wisdom that comes out of Dan's mouth. All right. If the panelists and speakers could take a seat, and we'll get started.
Good to see you.
Well, I had 12 and a half hours later.
Hello.
I had an 8-hour later.
Hello, testing. So you can have a seat, please. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining in. This is Saad Siddiqui. I'm the founder and chief executive officer of Adversity, an e-learning platform working on a mission to upskill the youth of Pakistan through cutting-edge technologies like artificial intelligence, blockchain, Internet of Things, and quantum computing. And with me is Gabe Gabriel, Daniel Yulin, and Maliha Asad. And I don't know about your name, so briefly introduce yourself, starting off from Gabe.
Sure. I'd like to say hi to everybody. It's my second time in Pakistan. It's amazing to be here. When I came here in October, I was just amazed at how technological this place is, how friendly the people are. We have such a negative view of Pakistan in the West, and I was so surprised and so honored to come back. And I would like to thank everybody. I was a civil structural engineer for NASA at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. About 8 years ago, I resigned my position so I could travel around the world speaking at schools about the space program and about having to have a happy life. It's a privilege and honor to be here. I'm looking forward to this opportunity.
Hi everyone, my name is Vibeke Gwendolyn Fengsrud, and I think that sounds as exotic to you as some of your names sounds to me, which is quite good because that means we have a lot to learn from each other. I have a company called House of Math, and it's kind of in the name. We make sure that people learn math the fastest, easiest, and most efficient way. We've practiced a method that I came up with about 20 years ago, and it has taken everyone who tries to top grades in math. Me, myself, I flunked math in high school, Now it's a master in math. I will do a talk about how to go and do that journey tomorrow. And I'm super excited to be here. And just also want to add, I grew up with a lot of Pakistanis in my class back home in Norway. So when I did home economics, I was taught making Pakistani foods. I was taught even songs in Pakistani. So I'm super honored to be here. So thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Dan Hewlin. I had no idea I was going to be sitting on this stage until about 3 seconds ago. I'm from Los Angeles. I have a company called Elite Student Coach. I'll be speaking tomorrow. I help extraordinary kids get into the colleges of their dreams and crush it in school, work, and life. And this is my first time in Pakistan. I couldn't be more thrilled to be here. You guys are awesome. That's it for me. Come back tomorrow. Hear me speak.
My name is Maliha Ahad. I'm from Karachi. Don't come to Lahore very often, and it's really cold as far as I'm concerned. So good on you for surviving this. I'm based in UAE. I have an edutech company. And unlike these two, where they work with children, we work with teachers. And it's a niche area that we work with. So we train early childhood educators. And the tech bit of the company is because we want to make sure that we're able to reach teachers in far-flung areas so that they get inputs on best practice, global best practice. The way forward is to ensure that educators are able to work with children on 21st century skills, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. Maliha, you mentioned that you have an edutech company. So what is your vision about education technology? I mean, is there any need of physical educational centers in 21st century or not?
Yes and no. I think the personal side of teaching has to remain. That's, my perception. There's a lot that we can do to supplement it with technology. But when I say personal side, in this day and age, the personal side can be through Zoom. You need to have that face from a teaching perspective. You need to have those people to instill certain values in children. Education is not just about the math and the English, it's also about the values. So there is a personal element needed, but again, that personal element needs to be re-envisioned, in my opinion.
So you mentioned that STEM fields are very much common and it should be learned in the most crucial way. So how do you think universities, schools, colleges can actually integrate STEM fields in bringing the quality education together?
Well, I love that question, so thank you. I think one of the biggest problems is that we know how to teach the different subjects. One of the biggest issues is that there's structural kind of barriers in the school system that makes it hard to find a one-size-fits-all, because that's not how it is. If there was a one-size-fits-all model, we'll all be geniuses. And not meaning to be negative here, but unfortunately, we all don't have top grades. So what we do, and that I've kind of spent my career doing, is building a system that doesn't let those structural changes hinder you, and making sure it's not curriculum-driven, but topic-driven on an individual level. So I think that when it comes to the technology part, it actually opens up in order to give you that truly individualized learning that a lot of companies, unfortunately, don't build to because they want to be in the school system. And to be in the school system, you need to reproduce the systemic problems that are there. At House of Math, we do the opposite. We say, we will go to the schools when they are ready to learn each and every student at the level they need to be taught. And I think that's something that schools and universities need to be more open to. And it's not a teacher problem. I mean, as a teacher, you are responsible for about 30 people. If I ask you how many good teams has one leader and 30 people who are well-driven teams, they're nowhere. And why is that? Because we know it doesn't work, but we expect it to work in schools. And that, to me, is a big problem. So it's these changes, and that's kind of what we're building, kind of getting around these problems to make sure that whoever you are, what level you're at, whether you were supposed to be really good and it didn't work, or you're really strong, will cater to where you're at. And I think that that's what schools, universities also need to do, that more individual. Like in medicine, we talk about personalized medicine, giving you that one thing you need to get healthy. And that's kind of what we're doing for education.
Superb, superb. This is my personal, a question of my personal interest, because when I was studying in my higher colleges, so I was, I mean, I wanted to become a computer scientist, software engineer, someone wants to become mechanical engineer, electrical engineering, but what about space education? I mean, in a very core concepts, what is space education, how one can opt for the space education, why there are so many few centers of space education, what are your views in this?
Yeah, so I'm not a teacher, I'm an engineer. I've got involved with this panel because I like education. I travel around the world speaking at schools, so in some way I'm in education, but I've not been trained. And I also talk about STEAM instead of STEM, which includes arts. I think when you isolate arts from it, you eliminate some of the audience. So I push STEAM when I'm talking about it, which just includes arts, so everybody is involved. But for me, I think learning should be fun. I also didn't do well in school. I struggled really badly. And when I talk about teachers, it's the most challenging job in the world. You have 30 students, different desires, different learning abilities, different backgrounds. As a teacher, you have to mold all of these 30 students the same way, the same time, the same objective, and it's very, very challenging. So one of the things I like to talk about is making learning fun. I always say, as a teacher, if you can make learning fun, no matter the subject, the students will do well. As a student, if you enjoy what you do, if you have fun learning, one of the things I've got involved with are some teachers in Norway, oddly enough, who are looking at AI. They're looking at bringing computer gaming into the classroom and having students learn through this. So I think this is really modern. With space education, I think most of us are interested in space. One of the greatest things about being in Florida at Kennedy Space Center, to me, everywhere you look, every wall, everywhere you go, there's pictures of space, of astronomy, of the stars. So your mind are constantly going to these magical places. And then you see a big building and you see a ship being put together, a payload being put on top, goes to a launch pad, and it goes to these magical places. So magical places become reality, and it's so much fun. If you can get that environment, that's what I try to do when I go to the schools. I try to bring the fun and the magic of learning to the students. And I really hope to learn from all of you here and how I can help when I go to schools.
Yeah, I just let you know, House of Math is a Norwegian company, and out of Norway. And also, so you said you were coming to Norway next week.
Yes.
In order to talk to schools and be a part of that project. And we are involved in those kinds of projects, looking into through University of Oslo and Simla, which is a then STEM thinking tank. And it's super exciting, all the research coming out of Norway on this, and we're a part of it. So I'm really looking forward to hosting you when you come next week.
Thank you so much.
Perfect. So Dan, I have a question. What role does technology play in creating a more inclusive environment for education? I mean, everyone is talking about education from this angle, from this side, but no one actually knows how to create an inclusive environment for students. So what is your say on this? Like how technology can play a role in creating an inclusive environment?
That is a big question. So let me chunk it down for you. Let me first start by talking about what Gabe, yes, and Gwen had to say about teaching. I think it's very tough to be a teacher these days. I think it's also very tough. It's a very, very competitive world out there. And I think it's tough to be a parent, and it's tough to be a teenager and a young person. And to come back to a point that the previous speaker made, the gentleman talked about, Pakistan is not going to be able to absorb all the graduates. 1 million kids graduating per year. The industries that are here, it's an amazing country, will not be able to absorb the number of graduates coming out. And so it begs the question of how many of you are going to be able to become entrepreneurial? Yes? The good news is you're already doing that. And the reason I bring the teaching thing into it is that teaching, I'm a mentor. I mentor kids. It's kind of old school. It's from Europe and the subcontinent, yes, in which you'd come out of grade school or the equivalent thereof, and then you'd learn a trade, okay? So I'm bringing that into the new world in my one-to-one work that I do with my mentees. But bringing that back in, I become a better mentee by having the young kids with whom I work, the high school kids and the middle school kids, give me feedback loops. I know I'm succeeding when the 14, 15, 16-year-olds come back to me after 5 or 6 or 7 sessions and say, hey, Dan, all that stuff that we've been working on together, that's pretty good, but what you just said, that doesn't work for me at all. It would work a lot better if we tried it this way. And in their giving me a way that works better for them, I become a better mentor for them, and they in turn become better mentors for the kids with whom they work. It's a pay-it-forward mentoring system. And they bring that into context because having spent a little bit of time with Gwen on the very long bus ride in from the airport yesterday, and a bit of time with Gabe, and I have a kid with whom I'm working right now who wanted to go into aerospace, and now he's entering college in an aerospace program. And he had trouble integrating, well, I was an architect before, I wanted to study architecture, and now I want to study aerospace, and those two can't be reconciled. And I leaned into it as he's now getting into schools and said, that absolutely can be integrated. Space science is completely, they're going to have to design habitats. You're going to have to design habitats and vehicles and all kinds of things. So to address your issue, technology is integral to everything that's going on right now. Yes? The world is happening very, very quickly. Moore's law has been eclipsed a long time ago, and technology is happening faster and faster. And so the faster that kids and their parents can learn to adapt and embrace that sort of that terrifying beauty of not knowing, yes, and leaning into that beauty of not knowing, and in a world in which we're scared to not know and say, I don't know, accept the beauty of, I don't know, but let's find out, and let's find out together. Yes? Does that resonate with any of you?
Yes.
Say yes. I can't hear you.
Yes.
Okay. Because not knowing is a beautiful thing. And so, with technology, where's Nikki? Nikki started off, hey, hi, Nikki. Lovely to see you. Nikki started off today by asking, how many of you have used ChatGPT this week? And everybody raised their hand, because of course we have. And how many of you own a robot? And I think thank you, one guy out there. And we saw a drone flying around. Technology is baked into who we are today. And so technology is very much a part of the process. And it's playing an evolving process every day. We have to keep up with it, and not knowing how it's going to show up, not knowing whether a drone's going to fly through our bathroom, or whether we're going to have to learn a new technology tomorrow, where that might have been scary before. That's super exciting, isn't it?
Within this field, every year from 2030. It's at a cost of trillions of dollars on a yearly note, right? So for us to spread the word, to get it out there, and make that barrier for those who understand math and those who think it's a little difficult, to get that jump is some of the most important work we do. Because we can't have it that we create those who can and those who can't. We need to get everyone across the divide.
Yeah, sure. Maliha, yes.
Yeah. Can I add to?
And I have a question ready for you.
I'll come to that. But I just wanted to add and to bring the perspective to the Pakistani stage and how technology can help us. We know that there are millions and millions of children who are out of school. Early years is my specialty, and early years is the most important foundation for a child. And there are, how do we bring in those 7-year-olds, 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds who've kind of missed the bus? And that's where technology comes in. That's where programs such as yours will make a real impact on these children to take them forward. And that's how we can use technology, whether we're talking about children, whether we're talking about educators. We need to expand the reach. We need to get to each and every one of them. And we are suffering from a lag. And technology is the way to breach that gap. So just wanted to add that.
Superb. I have a question, Maliha. Everyone talks about that in education, there is a specific need of community, collaborative environment, students' interaction with each other. What is your goal in promoting this thought? Like how to actually reinforce this whole concept, and how to cater the community needs of students in education?
I think the community is not just the children, it's the parents, it's the teachers. We've all heard it takes a village to raise a child. And building on that, it's extremely important that everyone is connected. Using tools, using apps. I know a lot of schools use apps, universities use apps, but you need to bring them together as well. You need that interaction. You need to make it real time. Again, I'm not saying it has to be face-to-face, but using technology to make it real time. It's important to stay connected. It's really critical for children to stay connected. There's so many things that happen which kids in schools, teenagers will share with other teenagers, will definitely not share with their parents. Those of us who are parents of older kids know that. So it's really important that that community works. And again, standards and values. It's important that as we bring in, technology into everything, we keep the standards and values that are important. So if a child knows something about another child, and suicide rates in teenagers are so high, it's not for that child to keep it to himself. He needs to know what are the steps. He needs to know the values. It's very important to keep those in perspective as well.
You talked about making learning fun. What is the role of having mentors in addition to teachers in this terminology, like making learning fun? How mentors can help in this? Mentors doesn't mean that we need educators, but we need mentors who can help guide the path. So what is your call?
Well, I think there's two parts to making learning fun. One, instead of like sit there and read and do it, you shouldn't have that kind of whipping it into people. That doesn't really help much. But go like, hey, if you know this, it's going to open this door. If you know that, you're going to be able to do this. Like showing the opportunities there, that's one way of making learning fun. Another way, you can gamify it like we do in House of Math. Like if you do that, then you get this many points and you making a competition out of it. Or then you get add-ons to your dragon, because of course you have a pet dragon at House of Math. But it's also about telling people, one part of life is fun, another part of life is really boring, and sometimes you need to take the boring with the fun. And being open about, we're going to do this, we have to do it this way, when you get your times tables in, you need to get it in. It's a lot of kind of remembering. Then you could do, well, let's play this game to help you remember. So it's also being open about the fun part and the not so fun part, and putting it into a context that is motivating and inspiring and makes you kind of lift your head from school and seeing where it can take you.
But what strategies you found most effective in capturing the interest of young learners in this?
Leagues. I mean, what I find to be very interesting is that those on our platform who are interested in the league system and kind of want to compete to, the Bronze League and the Silver League just for themselves, they spend 235% more time doing math. And they do 173% more math just by engaging in that kind of social part of being in a league. So that's one way of putting it into a context where you get more engagement.
Right. Maliha, I have a question. You are working in the Middle East, right? And there is a language barrier there. Everyone uses Arabic language there. And while we were launching in Saudi Arabia, that was the key challenge, that people weren't able to understand English language, right? So how do you think localized content, what are your thoughts about having localized content? And what are your thoughts that one should learn in the localized language, but not in the international language in terms of learning part, right? So what is it?
So one of the things that we do is all our content is in English. We curate a lot of content. We work with universities in the US, in the UK, also Australia, to curate that content. Everyone has the same data. Everyone answers in the same language, which is English. We supplement our programs in encouraging the girls, the students, our teachers, to get onto English. Because we feel when we translate, and you're translating a lot of academic text, you lose out on things. So we make sure, we've had girls who are completely Arabic speaking or French speaking, and at the end of 9 months, we have long duration programs. They're able to converse, they're able to communicate, they are more confident. So yes, you can supplement. So we do supplement with, say, an Arabic speaker, but the course content is all in English, the submissions are all in English, and we help them, support them. And one of the things that now we're looking at is how to use Gen AI for communication effectiveness. So we're really excited about incorporating certain things related to that, so that, again, everyone is measured on the same platform, on the same basis. So it's a bit of both.
I think it's superb. Gabe, I have another question for you. What are the key lessons you give to students about your life learning experiences about working with astronauts, working with space engineers, and working in such an environment where people are reluctant to go? Like, what are your personal life lessons?
So one of the things I'd like to add, we were talking a little bit about having fun.
Yeah, sure.
One of the best things for me about Norway, and I've been to Norway 20 times, I've been to 18 countries around the world, speaking at schools. So I know the differences between the countries, and what I've learned more than anything else, we are all alike. We are identical. Students in Norway, students in any country in the world, Pakistan, are exactly alike. It's amazing. And I really enjoy Norway because in Norway, the kids call the teacher by their first name, which I think is excellent. I'm not sure about Denmark, but I know in Norway they do that. And I think it's great to have that connection with them. Some of the things I learned when I was in Pakistan last time, some of the schools, you have beautiful universities, amazing schools here in Pakistan, but many of the programs involve students going into a room where they can do anything. They have opportunities to build rockets, they can do anything, it's just free time. Trying to take the learning out of the classroom and giving them the freedom to learn what they want to learn on their own. With science, and especially space, I think almost everybody is fascinated with space. I was on the beach in Florida, and I saw a shuttle launch, and I thought, man, that's super cool. That's how I got interested in the space program. But I think the space program has magic for everybody at any age. So I think it's easy to get them interested. To get them to stay interested is a little more challenging. Math and science, a lot of people are afraid of math and science. And a lot of times I blame teachers. Teachers say, this is a math course, it's really hard, really hard. I try to say, math is like any other subject. Prepare well, you're gonna do fine. But if you're told before you start it's gonna be hard, then it's gonna be hard. Right. So for me, it's about enjoying what you do. And I like the idea of how Norway makes that gap between the students and the teachers more of a friendly environment.
Superb, superb. Yeah.
I just want to weigh in on that. One of the top female leaders and top leaders in Norway, she asked me once, when you flunked math, what on earth made you think that you could get a master's in math? And I was like, I thought it was a very strange question. And I was like, why not? Like, seriously, why shouldn't I be able to? I have 2 legs, 2 arms, doesn't matter. I have a brain, it's all good. Why shouldn't I be able to be good at math? Millions of people are good at math. Why shouldn't I be one of them? But for one odd reason, the whole world keeps telling everyone, it's so hard and you need to be a genius. But you don't. You could be like an East End girl like me, just deciding, why shouldn't it be possible? Because there are actually 0 reasons why I shouldn't be good at math. So I gave it a go. And it kind of worked out. I get to sit here now, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, your call.
Okay, I'm going to jump on that because that was a beautiful, thank you for setting that one up for me and for my setting that, well, just like we practiced it. You know, I grew up being told, Dan, you're terrible at math. When I was in 2nd or 3rd grade, I had a teacher who said, you're bad at math. And so I grew up believing I was terrible at math. How many of you were told as a child you're not good at something, whether it was math or okay, a few hands going up. So we build our adult lives generally around the way that we conceived life to be when we were children. Many, many years later, I was fortunate enough to be admitted to an MBA program. Now, in MBA programs, you got to do a lot of math. There's no way to get out of it without doing math. And I was flunking the math parts of my MBA program, thinking, well, Dan, you're just terrible at math. Yes? Okay. All my life, I've been a musician. I cannot read music. I'm just one of those weird birds who can hear something and sit down at a piano. Not well, but sit down at a piano. And I was playing some horrible piano bar in Philadelphia, and in walks the professor whose class I'm flunking, and he's like, aren't you Dan Ullin, the guy who's flunking my class? I'm like, yes, flunking is a nice way of putting it. And he said, well, if you're playing, I can't remember what I was playing, some Billy Joel or Elton John or Elvis Costello song, And he said, just move that. I was in C, and he said, just move it to D sharp, and I did. He said, you're doing extremely complex math in your head. You just don't know it. Yeah, exactly. Music is just math that you hear. And what he did was, and then I found out I was really good at math, and there was a great joy in that. And so, we are taught early on in life, in science, yes, that the shortest distance between 2 points, I have to put the mic down for this, is between 2 points, right? Thank you. You are also awesome, and so let's give a big hand. All of you, give yourselves a big hand. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, point A, point B. But it's not. It's if we fold space. And yes, I did make a heart out of that. It's if we fold space, yes? So I was going to take your hair. Let's just switch mics. Thanks. That was weird. I don't know why I just did that. It's if we fold space. In other words, if we take that 20 years between the time I was taught, Dan, you're terrible at math, or tellable, whatevs, and make that, and compress that for kids, yes? And so again, in a society in which we're taught, and I think this is true in Pakistan as well, don't make mistakes, right? Minimize those mistakes. No, mistakes are learning opportunities, right? Mistakes are wonderful opportunities to say, that isn't bad, that's just an opportunity for me to get it right the next time. Right? And it's not you don't have to get it perfect, to the point that you're making learning fun. It's not about getting it perfect, it's just about getting it going. And when you can instill that in children, and this was a point that you made as well, I think, does this resonate with you? That if you are free to understand, it's safe to make mistakes. In fact, you can't grow without making those mistakes. You can't become great in any endeavor as a kid, whether you're going to become an engineer, or a teacher, or a mathematician, or a fantastic interviewer, by the way, or a brilliant speaker on stage. Whatever it is you're going to become, you have to go through that trial by fire. And the truth is that you're never going to get it perfect. Mastery is a lifelong process. The great cello player, Pablo Casals, right, who played every venue in the world, was asked at the age of 94. At 94, Mr. Casals, you played every stage in the world, including here in Pakistan. You played every great stage in the world. Why at the age of 94 do you practice 3 hours a day? And he said, because at the age of 94, I feel like I'm finally starting to get better. Always lean into learning, yes? Does that make sense? How many of you like to learn and apply what you're learning? Give yourselves a hand if you do.
My last question, and again, a question of my personal interest. What do you believe will be the most influential technology in shaping the future of education, not in Asian countries, not in America, not in Pakistan, globally? What is actually the most influential trend that will change the educational landscape, in your opinion?
Are you asking me? I don't know. The most influential technology, is that what you said?
Yeah.
It's not a technology. It's what's going to change it is the ability to interact on an even more human level. AI is here to stay. I think of AI as being, if you're a master cabinet maker, as the greatest set of power tools that you will ever have. Yes, it is. But the one thing that is going to remain is, in any endeavor, whether you're an engineer, or you're a builder, or you're a computer scientist, or you're a teacher, or whatever it is that you do, you're a restaurateur, you're a student, you're a mother, you're a father, is that exchange of human emotion. Nothing will ever take the place of that. AI will simulate that really well. And so where I lean into when you ask me that question is the ability to communicate on every possible level, on paper, in person, within yourself, negotiation, persuasion, emotional intelligence. And the truth is that that's not that difficult to learn. You just need to practice. Yes? And all of us are doing that well already. If you're here, you are a master communicator. Yes? Yes or yes? That was weak sauce. Yes or yes?
Yes.
Yeah, of course. And we love to communicate. Technology is just a tool. Wow. I should have practiced before I came on stage. Technology is a tool for empowering us to communicate in more effective and wider and broader ways. It's super exciting. And it's super scary. And exciting and scary are not mutually exclusive, are they? Are they, Gabe? Are they, Gwen? Are they? Are they, Dennis or Will or any of you who are out there? Are they? I see you, Nikki. Are they people? No, they're not, right? It's exciting. Is it exciting to be alive in this incredible age of technology? Where was that drone that was flying through here before? That was 2 years ago. That would have been, wow, where did that thing come from? We're sitting in the front row and it's just another drone. Yeah?
So I just want to add something.
Yeah, sure.
I think you're so dead on as far as communication and relating. You know, I think we have to relate to the students. When I go to schools and I speak to schools, I have to try to get to their level. I have to speak to them in a way that they understand. They can't relate to me and my life experiences. And I love the space program because in learning math, I hated math like many of us did in the process. Why am I learning it? What's the purpose? So if you show a launch, if you show astronauts up on the space station, and you say, look, you need this math to take you there. This is something you can do. You turn it into reality. But I really like the idea of you saying you have to communicate with the kids and get them interested. And what better way than to come in class, show astronauts up on the moon, or show astronauts doing something, and then explain how the math would enable them to do that. I think that's the most fun part of it. And I think you're very, very right on in approaching it that way.
I just want to say one more thing on this. And in a country in which the average age is 23, is that what I was told today? Okay. That means there's a mean or a median that's way younger than that. And I think that very often kids are spoken to, at least in my country and a lot of the countries in which I've lived. I'm American, although I've had the good fortune to live in 6 countries and work in 31, well, including Pakistan, now 32. Children are very often talked to like they're kids. Like, hey, Billy, are you having a good day? But kids are really smart. Kids are really, really smart. And when you talk to children like they're adults, they may not have car keys or credit cards. They really appreciate it. Kids are very, very smart. They haven't gone through the process of adulting yet. But when you empower them to realize, you don't tell them, but you let them realize that they've got that greatness unlocked, like inside them. There's a wonderful quote. I know my mentor Dennis is here and he doesn't love me when I drop quotes, but I'm going to drop this quote anyway. Michelangelo once said, I saw the angel alive inside the marble before I began to carve. And I think it's a very apt quote for children today and kids today and anybody. There's that angel, there's that incredible, beautiful person that's going to become an engineer or a technologist or an entrepreneur or anything, or many of those. We're all going to have serial and parallel careers. And it ties in with that mastery as a lifelong process. You are going to always be chipping away at that. And you'll also be helping other people chip away at that. If we are all in this together, yes, it's a pay it forward mentorship, we are in this together model. Technology is an empowering tool. Communications is a connectivity tool. But they're not mutually exclusive. And our being together, just the power of our being together in a room like this today, virtual is nice, but isn't it nice to be physically together in a room together? Yes or yes? Yes or yes, people? That's lovely.
Yeah, you can add, and I have a question ready for you as well.
What Daniel said, technology is empowering. I think as educators, we need to realize, again, especially in Pakistan, we talk about a median age of 23. This is their world. They will have a different take on the world, a different take the way we would want them to see the world. They're living in a different era. And it is up to us to embrace that. So yes, Gen AI, I was very apprehensive 3 years ago. I've warmed to the idea more and more. But it's also about us as educators embracing it and making sure that the communication stays live, non-virtual. That's so critical. But we need to figure out ways to make sure that that technology is empowering and is not limiting.
Just to add on that, there's a study came fairly recently out of Stanford saying that if you're going to do ideation or creation or problem solving, you need to be in the same room. That will increase your solutions or your, the opportunity of getting a better solution by 16%. If you do that digitally via a screen, it's going to be reduced accordingly. So, and then they also say that using Teams or Zoom or whatever is great for planning and organizing. because it makes you fast and efficient. That's what they think. But keeping these things in mind, like, are this an organization thing? Let's do it on Zoom. It's going to optimize the outcome. Is this an ideation problem-solving thing? Well, then we need to come together and be in the same room because that's going to optimize. So it's also about empowering technology in the right way. Like now, people are thinking, okay, how can I get like ChatGPT to write my papers? That's not empowering. But how can I start and use that as a communicator, like your rubber duck? That's empowering. So it has a lot to do with the interaction and knowing what the limits are and the opportunities are and drawing on those strengths and those limitations to optimize how to learn. And I think that's one of the most important.
Superb, and amazing point. Entrepreneurship, a bubble, and an early life education. What is your call on that?
Sorry, I didn't let the last.
Entrepreneurship and an early life childhood education like you are doing in Middle East. What is your call on that?
Where's my?
Your call.
I think, for me, this is the foundation. You get it right, and you build on that foundation. There's so much research that says kids who have a better quality of early childhood education will be more successful academically. There are studies from the US which say the crime rate is lower because at that stage you're not just, again, it's about their personal skills, it's about their social skills, it's about the value system. So you're putting everything together at that early age. And I think that's critical. And personally, I feel educators who are not trained to deal with children that age, for me, that's almost criminal. You know, they need to know how to reach these children, how to communicate with these children. Again, that's the foundation of a society.
Same question for you. Entrepreneurship and early education.
Well, from the pedagogy, we know that people work on degrees of freedom. 0 degrees of freedom is basically where you need everyone to tell you what to do at all times for you to execute. And at the other end, you have 3 degrees of freedom, which means I could just tell you, go build a house. And you go, okay, I've never built a house, but how do I do that? And you will actually figure it out and build a house. And then all people are on this continuum. And I think that if we give more open-ended exercises or challenges and activities, you will move people across these continuum to be a person on 0 degree of freedom moving towards 3 degrees of freedom. So I think that it's a part of also training creativity. And through creating creativity and problem-solving mind, you will get people who actually also dare. Because through testing this, you'll see, oh, I could actually do that. I could try something else. So I think that's really important to do that kind of work all through life, but also when you get older. I mean, some of the most dangerous things is when older leaders specifically is like, I've done this for 25 years. I know how to do this, and this is how we're going to continue to do it. That kind of attitude is detrimental to the world. We need people who've done things for 25 years go, oh, I've done this for 25 years. Things might have changed during that time. Let me see if there's another way to go about it. And that's how we as older leaders move the needle and actually can be way more competitive in our own space by saying, oh, I've done this for 25 years, and now I'm going to do it in a different way, because times are different.
I want to nail that, answer that question if I can, as it shows up. It is never too early to start to try entrepreneurship. You could be. How many of you have children out there? I didn't hear a peep out there. How many of you have children out there? Any of you? Okay, a lot of hands went up on that one. Okay. Any of your kids could go out and run a 2-hour workshop on literally anything tomorrow. If they like, oh. Sir, what does your child like to do? Name anything. Online sportswear. Your kid could go out tomorrow and do a 2-hour workshop on designing sportswear. It doesn't matter what it could be. How old are your children? How old is your oldest child? He's 18 years. Okay. So at 18 years old, he or she could teach kids a couple of years younger A couple of years younger, because they're just a couple of steps ahead. If 6 or 7-year-olds would be too young. But 14, 15, 16-year-old could be 2 hours, does not have to be perfect. Charge something, because if people don't pay, they don't pay attention. Charge $1 or the equivalent of $1. Okay. It could be on anything. Teach them 3 things and walk away from that. And have a transformation. At the end, they walk away having designed a shirt. Not just teaching them something, because learning, if you teach something and they're going to learn something, learning is kind of in and of itself sort of a boring word. But you're going to walk away having accomplished this. Yes, that does 2 things. Oh, are we over time?
Yeah.
Okay. Run a workshop, charge for it, that packs together technology, communications, and they're going to make some money from it, and they're going to be able to carry that forward.
Just a quick common questions from all of you. In one line, what advice would you give to the budding entrepreneurs, students, entrepreneurs, startup specialists, budding teachers, educators? What is one-liner advice you would give to these people sitting in this room?
So for me, when I'm going to schools around the world, no matter what age, there's something I really push with everybody. I push 3 things. Do your best. Enjoy what you do. Believe in yourself. You learn these 3 things, you'll never have stress, you'll never have pressure, you'll never work, you'll be very successful and have fun doing it. This is most important for me.
One-liner.
Get your fundamentals in order.
Super, amazing. One-liner.
Lean into the things that scare you and go for it.
Have a vision and stay with the vision.
Superb. That's all, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For your time, and thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you so much. What an incredibly powerful panel. There was a lot of talk about math. So who can do 14 times 25 without using a calculator? Shout the number towards me. Does anyone know? 100. We have 100. It's incorrect. 350. I don't know the answer. Does anyone know the answer? All right, let's move on to our next guest, which is a guest of honor, one of our sponsors. We have talking about luxury hotels to franchise and beyond, a journey of hospitality. The speaker is Hasib Gardezi, the COO at Hashu Group. You not hear me? Oh, thank you so much. Hello. Welcome.
Hi, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My name is Hasib Gardezi. I am the Chief Operating Officer for Hashu Group's Hospitality and Education Division. And I'm glad here today to address some of the empty chairs and some of the filled ones. So my topic is the luxury hospitality, and obviously I'll try to connect the dots between the technology and the hospitality. So Hashu Group, being the largest hospitality group of Pakistan, right now we have got various brands which we are representing hospitality from. And from the luxury segment to the budget to the select services, also to the residences. So, how will I change? Okay. So basically, Hashu Group is one of the largest, is the largest hospitality group of Pakistan, representing in many, many cities, which I'll show you going forward. We are from luxury to the select service. We are almost in every segment. And these are the brands that Hashu Group actually represents. If you see the Pearl Continental Hotels and Resorts, then we have got Hotel One, which is a select service. Cecil by Pearl Continental is our brand, which is for example, if you are a heritage company or you are the hotel which is there for last 100 years, we don't change the name. We continue to keep the same name, but then we manage under by Pearl Continental. That is our way of giving the heritage buildings the name, but don't change it, but manage them. So Cecil was done in 1836, and today it was restored a few months back into an 1836, and by Pearl Continental we manage. Then we have got PC Residences. This is the hotel apartment brand. Every Water is our technology. So we invested in this startup, and this was a young student 6 years back came up with an idea that they will have done a membrane which can clean the water, the dirtiest of water, without any electricity, without anything, just by membrane. And the whole research was done in Singapore, and we are very pleased to advise that we are now in production. And the units have started coming in, and we are now in the phase of putting them into the commercialization. In the floods time, when the Pakistan had flood, we had distributed hundreds of thousands of these filters to the people who can actually clean the flood water by just putting it in a bottle, run it through the Every Water membrane, and then can have a drinking water. Romanza by Pearl Continental is our golf course brand. And then we have got Harshu School of Hospitality Management and Pearl Tours. Harshu School of Hospitality is actually our initiative, because what I will show you in a while I can't move it. Anyway, so Harshu School of Hospitality is a brand that we are going to develop the leadership of hospitality for future, not only for ourselves, but for all the hospitality brands. And the reason is that by 2026, Harshu Group only would have 60 hotels in all the segment. And we feel that the development in hospitality side, the growth is limited just because the human resource is not available. And that's why we have started up with the Harshu School of Hospitality to develop the future hospitality leadership. Can go up? Yeah, so I just wanted to show you this, the map of Pakistan, and you would see that we have got network of 30 hotels that we are already doing in all these brands, and 27 properties are coming up. And these all are going to be either managed or franchise model. So we have went into franchise and management model because we feel that in the northern side, there are a lot of young entrepreneurs who want to do their own setups and startups, but they don't have the experience in hospitality. So what we do is we support them, we go there, set up their setups into a professional hospitality field and start helping them to run so that they can make business out of it. Over a period of last 2 decades, the hospitality has actually transformed, and all digital situation has came up. For example, if you see, all your online bookings are now happening on just a mobile phone. There is we also have got ForiPay, which is a payment gateway. In the last Future Fest, when I was having a speech, I told the individuals and the young people sitting over here that the biggest challenge is that the hospitality is having, they did not have the payment gateway. And we have now invested into the startup where now the payment gateway is easy just by doing a link. It's called the ForiPay. So I'm very delighted to inform all of you that between last year to today, now any hotel, any lodging facility, any bus service, anybody can just come onto the ForiPay and start having their payment gateway. Simple, you book yourself, the link would arrive, and you just pay that. You don't have to have any credit card or anything, just by your mobile phone. The aggregation is done through different accounts of yours, and you get paid. So the ForiPay is very much our investment into the future, and you would see a lot of ForiPay happening going forward. Anyway, just to give back to the community, Harshu Group also have got Harshu Foundation. It is our philanthropy arm, which actually ensures that we are mobilized into the marginalized areas. What our principle is, whichever city we go, whichever place we go, when we open a hotel or any business, we make sure 90% of our employment is from the local people. We try to use the local vendor. We make sure that the vendors and the suppliers are mostly local. So we are giving back to the community. Also, we are big time into the education, and we are also into the child care. So Hashu Foundation is the biggest arm which is mobilized in a lot of marginalized areas, and they are helping to play our role through social responsibility to make sure whatever the earnings of the Hashu group are, the portion of it goes to the Hashu Foundation. I'm very delighted and happy to see that this fest has grown over last year. When I go to the exhibition site and see a lot of stalls, there's a lot of education stalls also. There is now the real estate that is coming in, and it is very delightful to see. I have heard keynote speakers. Arzish and his father are doing a brilliant job, and we would always, as a Hashu Group, as a corporate company in hospitality, will continue to support such initiatives. Thank you very much. However, the technology fest should work the technology seamlessly. So this is a problem last time, this is a problem again. We are sitting in the technology environment and our technology is not working. So this is something advice to the organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Hasib. And I'll announce our next guest, but it seems to be a secret. Yes, yeah. Wonderful. So our next speaker, speaking on Explore Business in Berlin and Beyond, we have Marcus Facklin, the Head of Unit International at Berlin Partner for Business and Technology. Put your hands together. Oh, there he is. I was expecting you to come from above. And you need a microphone, don't you?
This would be nice. And also the clicker for the slide.
Wonderful. And the clicker for the slides as well.
Hello.
Over to you, Marcus.
Thank you, Nikki. Just waiting for the slides. Maybe I start to introduce myself. So my name is Marcus. I work for a company that is called Berlin Partner for Business and Technology, a very, very long name. But what we are doing is we enabling an ecosystem in Berlin. So you probably have heard about all these companies called Invest. I think Invest in Saudis over here. There's Invest in various states and various countries all across the globe. And all those companies are trying to figure out, I want to figure out how they can develop the ecosystem on the ground. And I will show you what we are doing. So we work on economic growth, just like I said, promote business and technology back in Berlin, and support companies, scientific institutions when they want to launch, innovate, secure the economic future in Berlin and Germany. And in addition to this, we present the city of Berlin and the advantages to companies, investors, and talents. So we try to bring talents to Berlin and financial investment, and also supporting companies setting up their operations. So if you're not familiar with the ecosystem in Berlin, this is, if this clicker is working. So this is what we're talking about. So Berlin is one of the leading startup and innovation hubs in the world. We are currently home to almost 6,000 startups. We have created so far 21 unicorns. So just to put it a little bit into perspective, Berlin is one of the smallest states in Germany. We have 3.8 million people living there, but still the companies that are based in Berlin account for almost 40% of all the venture capital that is coming to Germany, which was in 2023 3.4 billion euros, which is pretty much the same in USD. And what we're doing is we also focus on innovation. So we support specifically the startups to kind of like scale their business while coming out of universities, coming out of the research institutions. There's over 70 in Berlin, like Fraunhofer IPK, Heinrich Hertz, and so on. And then we run several, or we support several acceleration and innovation labs to make sure that these ideas come to the market. So everything is designed to support economic growth in the city of Berlin. We doing this by making scaling business very, very easy. So we put a lot of effort into bringing a certain kind of transparency into the ecosystem. If you put out your smartphone and you type in Startup Map Berlin, you can see all the almost 6,000 startups. You can see what they're working on. You can see who invested. You could see their growth. So everything is online. We have an economic map that gives you an overview where are the innovation labs, what is the address of the various VCs that are currently have an office in Berlin. We work in clusters with a very specific focus, for instance, on life sciences, on information communication technology, mobility, energy tech. So across various sectors, bringing all or making sure that we enable innovation and exchange. And then from the scaling perspective, one of the main advantages for Berlin is that we obviously are the capital of Germany, still the biggest economy in the European Union. But we also have all this diplomatic representation. So if you are a startup and you want to expand your business to anywhere in the world, you just call the embassy and say, hey, look, I'm interested in scaling my business, let's say to Pakistan, and you will have a personal meeting by the end of the week, because the fight for FDI got so competitive over the last couple of years that every economic development agency is trying to bring like startups innovation to their ecosystem and make sure that the startup have like access to the various markets. We also are home to the various associations. So if you work in automotive, the Automotive Association is there, which is some kind of a shortcut to the decision makers all across Germany and beyond. And then what we also do is like we promote the events that are happening in Berlin or that we are part of or sponsoring of. So we have a trade fair program. We run about 15 to 20 trade fairs across the globe. Each year we have a delegation program. We bring delegations to the various ecosystems that are interested in. That's actually how I ended up here. Our delegation to the GITEX met with the delegation of Tech Destination Pakistan. We had an delegation exchange and pitch a networking event at GITEX. The companies were introducing each other. 4 of the Berlin-based companies are currently doing in business with the Pakistani startups that were joining the delegation. And then, like I said in the beginning, we try to be a very international ecosystem. There's a major need for tech talent in Germany, specifically in Berlin. We need approximately 400,000 people moving to Germany every year to make sure that we have a constant supply of talents to cover all the jobs that are out there. And Berlin is the perfect place from the scaling perspective because we are very international, very much an English-speaking startup hub. There's plenty of big corporates where they that have English as a corporate language, so it's very easy also to scale from the talent perspective out of Berlin. So how does this translate into the internationalization? What I recommend is every startup or company that wants to scale their business across the globe, try to find this kind of information about the ecosystem, the various providers that provide the kind of soft landing to you, and look out for some kind of services that look like these. These are the ones that we have designed to support the companies on the ground, to help them grow, but also to, for instance, support Pakistani companies who want to set up their operation in Berlin. So innovation means connecting the businesses, making introductions to the various ecosystems. We focus on the location. If you want to move into a co-working space, if you want to do greenfield investment, if you need a bigger or smaller office, we have a team, we have a data bank that we can all track, where we track all the available spaces and support you finding the space you need. We have a funding and financing service. There's plenty of public funding and financing available. Germany is still known for the bureaucracy. We have a team that speaks English and supports the companies with all the paperwork. We do focus on the talent, so bringing in the talent that you need. We even have a business immigration service. Let's say you want to set up a company in Berlin and want to bring over people from Pakistan to your stuff in Berlin, Germany. Our business immigration team will do all the paperwork and support this. We focus on the sustainability aspect, making sure that businesses are run in a more sustainable way. And then last but not least is the internationalization aspect, supporting the global growth all across the continents via various initiatives. if you have any questions or if you want to have the pitch deck, feel free to screen it. Then you get access. You will also find all the links on the deck. I will be here for a bit, so if you have any questions about internationalization, about the Berlin as a business destination, happy to talk to you. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you so much. We now have a fireside chat. Yes, there is fine. Thank you so much, Marcus. We have a fireside chat coming up. The topic is Investments Uncovered, a Tale of Resilience. Our moderator for this session is Zain Naqvi. If you could join us up on stage. Zain Naqvi is the co-founder at Alta Limited. We also have Shehbaz Ali Taseer, the owner at Pace Pakistan Limited. Are you with us? Okay, just give me a couple of moments. Is Azka here? Oh, you're here. Oh, welcome to the stage. We've got the whole fireside chat. So again, talking about Investments Uncovered, a Tale of Resilience. Take it away.
Hello. We have very limited time, so I'll get right into it. Shehbaz, I would love for you to introduce yourself, which I feel is something that you don't get to do very often.
Firstly, thank you so much for coming, and I can't see Arzish, but thank you for having me, and to the wonderful people that organize this festival. It's amazing, and for someone like me, and I'll just introduce myself, इस तरह के festivals काफ़ी unique होते हैं because I have a 5-year gap. I went from so my name is Shehbaz Taseer, and in 2011 I was kidnapped by a group that was affiliated with the Taliban, and I spent 5 years in captivity in between the border regions of Pakistan and Afghanistan. And although I survived the kidnapping, I missed this digital revolution. So I went from having phones that had buttons on it to whatever we have today. So yeah, so this festival is amazing for people like me who have the gap, and yeah, it's a fantastic learning experience, and it's amazing to be here.
Shehbaz, apart from the individual struggle that you went through or the personal struggle that you went through, how your business acumen changed once you were back and trying to get into the game? How did you bounce back?
Thank you. Actually, I am more or less the same person. और ये I think मेरी एक strength है. The thing is कि दुनिया तो बदलती है और बहुत तेज. मगर you're always part of the system, and you grow with it, or you see it as these changes occur. एक शॉक आपको बस ये मतलब मैं आपको एक छोटा एग्जांपल देता हूँ. WhatsApp didn't exist in 2011, or if it did, it was a very basic way of messaging. Instagram didn't exist. Twitter, monetization on social media didn't exist. So, I came back. मेरे लिए सबसे मुश्किल चीज़ ये थी कि मेरी रूटीन इतनी डिस्टर्ब हो गई थी. हम लोगों की एक बचपन से ट्रेनिंग होती है, सुबह उठना होता है, स्कूल जाना होता है, कॉलेज जाना होता है, ऑफिस जाना होता है, और जब आपको कोई उस रूटीन से रिमूव कर दे, and you have 5 years of actually not even any kind of routine, but I was in solitary confinement, so I was kept by myself. So it's very difficult to come back, and you need certain energy levels. But maybe, I guess, when you have something like this happen to you, I didn't want to lose any more time. So that's what drives me every day. I don't want to lose any more days. I don't want to lose any more weeks. I don't want to lose years of my life. And I've lost 5. That's a university degree. And so, मैंने अपने आप को कुछ बेसिक ट्रेनिंग्स की हैं. Wake up 7 in the morning, work out, go to work, no matter how difficult it is to sit on a desk from 9 in the morning till the evening, and sometimes even at night, because you have to put in those hours if you actually want to grow and build something. And so I trained myself. It took me 3 or 4 years, but and nothing in the world is easy. You can't just suddenly do something. So it requires a commitment of consistency, and that's the only thing I did.
Shabazz, you manage a thriving business, mashallah say, and you're also an author. So how do these two parallel but not overlapping careers, feed into each other?
I have to tell you that I'm very lucky with the second career, because शायद अगर मैं अगवा ना होता तो मैं author ना होता. So I'm only an author because I got kidnapped. I'm very lucky. मेरे से लोग पूछते हैं आप दूसरी किताब लिखेंगे, तो I always tell them मैंने फिर से अगवा नहीं होना, तो मैं नहीं लिखूँगा. मगर but it's amazing, like anything in life, it was an opportunity, and I could have told this story many ways, and I have tried to tell it through different mediums, whether it's a podcast or an interview or a live talk. But physically writing a memoir, it's like making a small business, because it starts literally from nothing, from scratch, and you conceptualize this project. You have to sell it. There's a lot of money involved. There's editors involved. There's a team involved in putting something like this. And then you think that, I've told my story, or I'm done with what I was supposed to do, but that's maybe 10% of the work is actually writing the book. And the rest of it is coming out of your shell, which is doing things like this, which I'm not socially awkward, but I'm not someone who's trained to speak publicly or give interviews or do podcasts or things like this. So it's something that's out of my comfort zone, but something that I had to learn to do if I wanted to get this book across the world. And for the last 1 year, that's what I've been doing. I've been traveling everywhere. I've been meeting wonderful people, interviews, podcasts, different mediums that I didn't even know existed, while sticking to some of the old mediums like radio. So it's an amazing, I don't know if it's a profession because I've written this one book, but it was an amazing opportunity. And by the way, I met Arzish because of the book. Well, work as well, but a lot to do with the book as well. So you manage it. This is more my night job, and the business is my day job.
Right. So, taking a small tangent from there, it's a question that I guess everybody gets, but in your case, it's going to be even more prevalent. What motivated you to stay in Pakistan? Because that's like a huge question that, given the socioeconomic and in your case, the security situation, why stick around? Bluntly asking that.
So that's a tough question. So just to explain something to you, I have nowhere else to go. I'm Pakistani, so I can't go anywhere else. This is my country. This is my home. Mere Walid Saab ne, he gave his life for not even a certain type of class, but the poorest and most vulnerable people in this country. And that it's not, it wasn't for me, but it is my responsibility to carry that legacy forward. और मैं हमेशा ये सोचता हूँ कि दुनिया में लोग क्या कहेंगे, या पाकिस्तानी क्या कहेंगे, मुसलमान मेरे भाई क्या कहेंगे, अगर वो कहें कि यार ये एक और आदमी इस मुल्क को छोड़ के चला गया, because of security or the socio-economic situation. I know that times are very difficult. They're very difficult all over the world. But I was trained from a very young age by my father to understand that when the economy turns one way, it is an opportunity to make a lot of money, investments long term. And when it turns the other way, you reap those investments. So that should never be a reason for you to run, though I understand the burden on the working class. but it's not a reason for me to leave my country. And if you bring up the security situation, then I would tell you that I have seen the most evil and the most vile men in their eyes, and I've lived with them for many years. And they tried their very hardest to break me physically and mentally, and they were unable to do that as well. So I'm not scared of them, and they would not be a reason for me to leave my country either. So this country is one of the most promising economies in the world. I know that we have a lot of red tape, we have a lot of bureaucratic issues, there's also a lot of corruption in this country, but this is prevalent everywhere. It's not something unique to Pakistan, it's the sort of issue that you face no matter what country you go into. But the kind of money that you can make in Pakistan, and also I'll tell you something, it's better to be a fish known in a small pond than to be just nobody in a large sea. And that appeals to me as well. Pakistan में आप नाम बना सकते हैं, क्योंकि हम पाकिस्तानी हैं. बाकी दुनिया में, and I'll be honest with you, I've been educated in England. I'm half English, so I've lived abroad. I've never received the same love and respect that I have in this country, and I've never. I'll give you a small example. My publisher, I have a US publisher. They're, I think, the second or the third largest publishers in the world. And when we were splitting how the book will be distributed, I asked them to give me the rights for Pakistan, and they literally laughed. And they said that Pakistan doesn't even have a recognizable book market. And I think in the last 1 year, I've sold about 20,000 units in this country. And I haven't sold those units in rupees. I've sold them at, I think, $24 a book or something. It just shows you the kind of interest, the kind of money, the kind of capacity that this country has. And my publisher, who thought that this would be an international bestseller, is now competing with the numbers in Pakistan.
That's an amazing insight to hear. Moving on to the business side of things, could you shed some light on your investment strategy, what your personal investment strategy is, and how do you approach decision making in business?
So, the personal investment side is a bit weak because, जब आप पाकिस्तान में थोड़ा सा पैसा बनाते हैं तो DHA में प्लॉट लेते हैं या कोई ऐसी हरकत करते हैं. My main idea of what an investment is putting your time, energy, and money back into whatever it is that's given you this platform or has put you in a status or position where people are interested in what you're selling. And so this is something that I learned from my father. He used to tell me that how do you make a small fortune? You start with a big one. So he said, ये पाकिस्तान में बहुत बड़ा मसला होता है. एक जनरेशन बनाती है, दूसरी जनरेशन इनहेरिट करती है और तीसरी जनरेशन उसको तबाह कर देती है. इधर लोगों को corporations banana, like the Toyotas or the Suzukis in Japan, or the Shells, or these Ford, or these big corporations that we know in the world today. He said the problem over here is the wastage, right? And so from a very early age, my younger brother and myself, we've always been trained that these companies, मैं आपको एक हिंदू का एग्जांपल देता हूँ जो इंडिया में होता है. जब वो अपनी दुकान खोलता है सुबह तो वो उसके सामने पूजा या जो भी होता है करता है, शुक्र अदा करता है जहाँ से उसको रिस्क मिलता है. मगर इधर मैंने ये बहुत कम देखा है. आई हैव नेवर सीन एनीवन से अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह जब वो सुबह ऑफिस जाते हैं या वो अपना काम शुरू करते हैं. बट आई थिंक मैं 12-13 साल का था. आई कांट रिमेंबर. आई वाज वेरी यंग व्हेन आई हैड टू स्टार्ट वर्किंग इन माय कंपनीज विद माय डैड. And the only lesson that he used to tell me was, do not take these companies as something that you take from. It's something that you have to keep putting back so that it grows. And it can never stop growing. Because the day that something stops growing, it starts dying. So this is a very basic concept of what I call investing.
Right.
I don't go and buy stocks. I buy my own company stocks. I buy my own properties. I buy my own whatever, if there's a bond, if there's a mutual fund, if anything, I invest in my own company. And then what I would tell you about, your investment strategy is what anybody would basically tell you, which is split your income. And always find yourself saving more money, investing more money than you're spending. This is just the most basic investment technique that I can tell you. I was just very lucky because मेरे वालिद साहब जो थे वो एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट थे, उनको लोग ज़्यादातर सियासतदान समझते हैं, वो सियासतदान नहीं थे. He was a qualified chartered accountant and he was a self-made man, a self-educated man, a self-made man. And so some of these qualities or attributes are directly because of him, because of his training.
For a lot of people who have achieved a lot in life, entrepreneurs, authors, so many other things, they find it hard to get into the philanthropic side of things. So do you have a roadmap of sorts that others could use maybe? Because you're doing a lot. So yeah.
I have this wonderful person called Tehniyat, who I can't see. There she is. That's my work map. So part of being tech illiterate is having the opportunity to learn about tech. But also I have this amazing team, which is we own, in my company, we own a newspaper and Pakistan's largest digital fashion magazine. And so this is actually what these guys do. But they realized very early on when I wrote my book and I wanted to promote it, I didn't even know I didn't know how to use Instagram or Facebook or any of these mediums. So these guys actually explained to me how you market, how you strategize. They book all my talks, they coordinate it, because I don't know how to use a smartphone. I'm horrible with it, unless it's playing a video game. I'm really good with video games. And so, it's sometimes you kind of think that ye banda is responsible for his own thing, but really I am wherever I am in life because I have the most fantastic people that I work with. I have an amazing support system at home. I think people don't realize if you're kidnapped for 5 years and you're kidnapped by the Taliban for 5 years, you need a lot of love and you need a lot of mental alignment. And I'm very lucky that I have that support at home. And that allows me to do all of these different things. So a lot of the strategy, the digital strategy, comes right there in front of you. I can't take responsibility for it, although I have in the last 1 year learned enough that now if they tell me what to upload, I can do that.
Great, that's pretty amazing to hear. Last question from my side, Shabazz. What is one thing that you're excited for this year, whether it's a business-wise, whether it's a personal thing, anything that you're looking forward to? So yeah.
Is anybody excited about the elections? No
I
one.
guess that we all are, so certainly, apart from that.
Do vote. मैं आपको एक बात बताता हूँ, मेरे से बड़े लोग आजकल यंग स्टूडेंट्स जो हैं वो ये हमेशा कहते हैं कि फ़ायदा क्या है वोट करने का, निज़ाम तो ऑलरेडी बना हुआ है. The right to vote is probably fundamentally your most important right besides your right to live, because it kind of also decides. Your entire life, your most important rights, people will step on them and try to reduce them, because owning 100% of your right makes you very powerful. I would have liked an election. I love election times because it reminds me of my father. My father, you would just see a different animal during election time. So I miss him. I wish the system honored men like him who fought a lot for our basic rights. But more than anything, I know the country is not exactly in the direction jahan hum log chahte hain, but I will tell you that it's an exciting year for Pakistan. There's going to be a lot of big things happening. Whatever it is, जो भी government आ रही है उसके ऊपर बहुत ज़्यादा pressure है to deliver. And we have a tremendous appetite as a country. So you can let it get you down, but I am very optimistic. So I think there's going to be a lot of money coming in the country. I think there's going to be a lot of opportunity in the country. I think this, by the way, platform, if you make the most of it, also is a tremendous opportunity. One of Arzish is a very close friend. Ahmed is a very close friend, and you know, we're friends because we do business together and we make money together. And that's really that's what these platforms are there for, and that's what I'm excited about in the upcoming year. And I hope everybody makes the most of these opportunities.
Glad to hear that. Thank you for taking the time out to come here and speak to us. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for Shehbaz Ali Taseer.
Thank you, guys. बहुत ठंडा दिन है, so thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much.
God bless you, guys.
Wonderful. Thank you, thank you, thank you to you both. We have our next keynote. We've got just 5 minutes and he will be up on stage. But so you can look forward to it. It's how technology can help save brick and mortar retail and $1 trillion. So stay tuned, stay in your seats. We'll be with you shortly. This one is delivered by Monas Abdullah, the CEO at IBL Group. So he's not here yet. He will be here, and we'll give him a big round of applause in 2 minutes. Otherwise, if any... Okay, it's actually a 5-minute break. So talk amongst yourselves, or if anyone has any interesting side note conversations, any maths, quick fire maths. Otherwise, I'll be back with you in 5 minutes. What was that one? 45 times what is 100? 45 times 25, someone said? Oh, you're answering my previous question. I actually forget what the question was. We have a winner on the 5th row. Well done. We've got quite a few mathematicians in the group. Congratulations. I'm very proud of you. All right, I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, I have it. Oh, there we go. 5 minutes is up in quick time. It's like AI technology clock that we're using, where 5 minutes is actually a minute and a half. So I'm delighted to introduce Monas Abdullah. He is the CEO at IBL Group, and he's talking on how technology can help save brick and mortar retail and $1 trillion. Thank you so much, Monas. Where were my clappers? They were over there. There we go.
Oh my God, I never imagined there would be so few people interested in saving $1 trillion. I tried to make the title as snazzy as I could,
No, I
but
love
clearly
that.
I've failed.
Take it away. Make us all trillionaires.
Yeah. All right. So thank you for this opportunity. My name is Monas Abdullah, and I represent a group of companies. It's a family concern going back 130 years. And we've been trading for 130 years, which means that going to stores and I seem to have left the clicker. Yeah, sorry. So we're very close to retail. We've been distributing since 1887, going to retail stores, mostly taking groceries, pharmaceuticals, in fact, all kinds of goods, even oil. So 20 years ago, we ventured into our own retail vertical and we opened a chain of home stores, and now they're across Pakistan. And we also brought a foreign franchise business, which we eventually sold off, but today we are running 5 food concepts. The story that I have to tell you today is about the $1 trillion question. Now, where is this $1 trillion coming from? And okay, I'll need your help because this is not working. Next, please. Yes. So, Narrate estimates that and this is 2018, this is before COVID even struck, that the total value of US commercial real estate was close to 16 trillion. Of that 16 trillion, about 2.5 trillion was actually commercial real estate being used for the purposes of retail. And then the same amount about for offices. Now, in the disruptive time that we're living in, particularly after COVID, where we have trends of working from home and people have become more used to getting their goods delivered to their own house, going out to the market and buying has actually deteriorated real estate value. So projections, in fact, indicate that almost 80% of large malls in the United States are going to shut down over the next 10 years. And the key point to note over here, then again, is that when they sell at 40% of the value that they were bought. And lastly, once they're sold, what happens? Some of them are rezoned. They go out of the commercial real estate sector and are rezoned as housing or as something else. So the $1 trillion question is, that was value. And that was value which is now lost. So what do we do? Where did, where did my money go? I need someone to look here. Next slide, please. Yes. So where did my money go? So alternative shopping and entertainment destinations have obviously made an impact. People have actually gotten used to getting things for free. Once upon a time, I was a student and I directed a film and I won the Best Student Director Award at Kara Film Festival. Lately, and then I left that line of business and now I do something else. So I met a friend who just released a film, and her biggest complaint was that people are just no longer used to paying to be entertained. And that's a problem. Because that's another industry that's up for question. Because people, their attention spans, they are decreasing, and we need to figure out how to make it all work. And for that, we need to understand why. Shift for discounted product, then they need discounted product. So for a minute, let's just go back and try and understand why were malls working? So what we want to understand is why were malls working? So they were working for 3 people. So if you talk about a win-win-win, win-win-win mean as in 3 sets of people. So the first set is the developer and the developers making money. The second is the government. There's job creation, generating tax revenue. And then if we move to the last win, which is the consumer, we will see we will see that why were they going to malls? They were going because that's where they were getting their entertainment. That's where they were going, where they were getting their, the latest fashion trends. That's where they were going, where there was diversity. It's not high street where you'll have a certain selection of retail in one part of the city and another set of retailers in another part of the city. So, getting together, going out with friends, let's go to the mall. That was another reason why they went. So, what are the big boys saying? So, if we go on the next couple of slides that we'll see, so the focus, a consumer-facing, shoppable entertainment is the future. The fundamentals of which is focus on experience and convenience. You focus to transform traditional retail architecture to something which makes it more technologically in sync. If we move on, we'll see that a few years ago, Westfield, which is a big mall operator all over the world, they established a digital office group, which was reporting directly to the CEO. Others created customer experience teams for integrated and unified vision, so that you're not looking at the customer in parts, you're looking at the customer's journey as a whole. And when we say as a whole, we mean both physical and digital. So the word omni has been used time and again, but it's one of the most difficult things to crack in the practical world of retail. So if we move on, what is our solution? Well, our solution is what social media is to e-commerce, community is to brick and mortar. So again, what social media, now we know that there is a great overlap and relationship between social media and e-commerce. Hence, the rise of many YouTube stars who can endorse through their content certain products, and directly that customer journey is linked to that endorsement and goes straight to that e-commerce website, and that journey is complete. So it's a personalized journey, yet it's curated with a lot more fanfare. So what social media is to e-commerce, we say community is to brick and mortar retail. And we call this omni saute. Hi. Thank you. So that's a glimpse of Habit City. This, in our opinion, is our effort to solve the problem of brick and mortar retail. Community-driven spaces where the developer and the operator work together with partners in strategic long-term commitments to create a coherent, seamless experience where different community activities can take place together. So, we have comedy nights inside a retail store. We have stand-up comedians coming. We have an auditorium that fits about 80 to 100 people. We have theater. We hosted the 5th other festival of Karachi at Habit City. We, apart from this, we have pop-up markets that happen almost every weekend, and during the winters, it's almost every day, where different merchandise, different entrepreneurs are bringing their product in and physically placing it. So, what is this? This is physical community. And Habit City is our pilot project in Karachi that we are running, which is one half. So, the physical part is one half. And now coming to the digital, there are a few more things that are in store, which we are really excited to develop and will share with you, inshallah, next year. If I can have someone's attention. Next slide, please. Yes. All right. So, community, community, community. If consumers are used to freemium products, then we have to provide them community spaces where they can be delivered all of their interests. So, if they are interested in literature, there is the literature festival. If they're interested in comedy, there is a comedy festival. And we keep prices of admission minimum to nothing because we want them coming in. Now, for a minute, let's just look at if we have customers coming in and if we have entrepreneurs coming in. Is that not a physical market space when you do a pop-up? So community, 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 and that is the future of brick and mortar retail. What we're doing next is building a digital layer over this to have this experience, the in-person experience. How do we take it to a new kind of social media platform? So with that, I would thank you very much for your kind attention. If you can just leave, I can leave with the hello. I can leave with the last slide now. Right. Okay. Thank you. So if you want to get in touch, you can scan, and we'd love to hear how we can collaborate, inshallah. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that. Are we all ready for another panel? I love panels myself. Thank you. We've got a couple of excitable people. Other people are like, get the panel underway. So we shall. The next panel is the Artistry of Business Brilliance, Grow Globally. And we have our moderator, Maliha Ahad, the CEO at AIM Middle East. I know they're all here, so it's not going to be one of those occasions. They're just behind the red robe. And we're actually going to wait for the chairs. So that was just a practice run. So if you could just give me 2 minutes while we set up, and I'll be back with you. Maybe with another maths question. Or maybe I'll give you a piece of trivia. Wait a minute, I do have a piece of trivia. What smartphone has just released technology that is able to translate in real time? Yes, correct. Who was that? Well done. I read that recently. That's pretty incredible, huh? Samsung. So you can speak into your phone in your own language and it'll translate another language in real time. Blows my mind. Okay, we have our chairs, so I'm going to reintroduce from the beginning so that we all can get some very, very excited. So the topic today is the artistry of business brilliance, grow globally. And we have our moderator, Maliha Ahad, the CEO at AIM Middle East. Woo! Let's keep the energy up, guys. We've got our speaker, Huma Rehan Mirza, the co-founder at TSD Design House. Woo! We have Mo Salah, country manager at Startup Grind. Woo! Umar Akram, director at Effortless. Umar Akram, the director at Effortless. Again, the artistry of business brilliance, over to you. Everyone's got a microphone? Wonderful.
Hello. Assalamu alaikum. Lovely to see you all here. So, if you have any questions during this session, please do raise your hand and ask those questions. We have an absolutely wonderful panel. We have Huma Mirza from Dubai. She runs a design studio, and she'll tell you a little bit more about it. We have Mo. What can I say? There's so much to say about him. He's a startup guru, and you'll get a lot of words of wisdom out of him. And we have Umar Akram, who's been defined as an innovator, and he'll talk to you about software, app development. And what I'd like you all to do is just introduce yourselves. Ladies first. Umar, go ahead.
So hi everyone, Assalamu alaikum. Firstly, thank you so much Lahore for all the love and hospitality. It's my first time here and I'm absolutely loving it. So I'm an interior designer and I have my own interior design company that's based in Dubai, UAE. Prior to that, I was in the UK and now I run my own business in Dubai and I'm visiting Lahore for the first time.
For the first time? So you cannot blame me for Karachi anymore, right? We're good.
I'm the Karachi girl.
Okay. Okay, my name is Mo Salah. I run Startup Grind in both Jordan and Oman, and I usually run acceleration programs for startups, and that's at least for the last 3 years. Before that, I was running several other kind of programs for startups. Speaking of being a startup guru, the guy sitting next to me is a proper startup guru. Like I feel like I have a huge shoes to fill right now.
Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm an entrepreneur by heart. I started a tech company back in 2005 together with the first investor of Skype. And my co-founder, he runs another company. He's just there. He's going to give a key talk tomorrow. I'm also entrepreneur in residence in San Mateo at Draper University. And I run a venture studio in London where we focus on deep tech startups.
See?
Thank you all. So we are going to be talking about business brilliance and the art of growing globally. Now, these three panelists have a lot of exposure with the international world, and what I would like all of us to get out of this session is ideas and a path for yourselves in terms of when you're looking international. So, Huma, how do you find the competitive edge? What is it that you do? You're in a highly competitive industry and in Dubai, which there's a lot of competition in what you do. So what is it that you do differently that makes your business a success?
So, to be very honest, I think the fact that it is known as the styling duo is the fact that there are two minds in one space. So there are two ideas at the cost of one. So it's just not a design studio. It is known as we actually understand what the client wants. And then I have my own idea and my partner, my co-founder, has her own opinion. So the client is actually getting two visions of what they actually want. And then it's usually that what I have chosen and what my partner has chosen and a combination of that actually comes together. So for what works for us very well is the fact that we're a duo. And to be very honest, in this competitive world, I am a firm believer that I'm a keen learner. I don't stop learning. So recently, I did an online certification from Harvard Business School, Because to keep myself aware and to keep myself updated with my skill set, to be different, to stand out, I have to be updated with the world. So I constantly believe in learning.
Thank you, Huma. Being an educationist myself, learning never stops, and it's good to hear that. Mo, how important are partnerships and collaborations in creating successful ventures?
Thank you. That's a great question. But before I answer that question, I just want to ask everyone to put their hands together for Arzish, his family, the team. It's not easy to do what they're doing in the situation and the economical situation that Pakistan is in, and their ability to continue doing what they're doing, regardless of what's happening. When they started, all of that back in 2018 or 17, I think the situation was great, and I remember most of like major corporates and all of that being here. This time, last year was massive. This year was still like great, and like it's so easy for, and Arzish has the access to go everywhere, and he can go do this somewhere else. He does it in Lahore. He's so proud of his city. He's so proud of his people. We travel together to, on average of 10 countries maybe a year. He doesn't stop talking about Pakistan. We meet someone, the first thing Arzish would say is, hi, I'm from Pakistan, and we do this and this and this and this, and I want you to come to Pakistan. I want you to come see Pakistan. So hats off to him and to his team. Answering your question, I think in the context of startups, it's not only partnerships are essential, also using what the others have built is crucial. And because startups are very different as a business from any other form of doing business. And they have to build up I would say the initial thought of a startup is you have this prototype, minimum viable product that you're actually trying to test and get some traction to prove this actually works or not. Or if it doesn't work, you hear feedback and iterate and go back again to the market. What I see a lot of founders does, especially if they're coming from technical backgrounds, okay, I want to build this platform that fixes everything I hate about my bank. So they close the door on themselves for a year, build the greatest technical platform out there, with zero customer feedback, zero market research, and yes, the problem they're trying to solve might be there. But in so many cases, it's my problem and my mom's problem. And this is not why we build startups. We build startups because initially we want to solve a problem that everyone in the world has. One. Two, that there is enough big market and enough amount of people who are willing to buy for it. To say a great example about that, how many of us struggle every night to pick a place to go out with our friends too? Like, we have those WhatsApp groups, we have all these things. I think that's a problem half of the world has at least. Yet, no one is willing to pay for it. We have seen so many attempts to fix it. It didn't work, simply people don't want to, it's not something people are going to pay for. So partnerships and using what others has built it's very, very essential because you need to launch today, because you have limited amount of time and you have limited amount of money, and you want to get as much traction possible before you go for your first round of funding. This is why I encourage startups not to only partner with others, whether corporates or startups, no, to go actually and take what the others built and incorporate it from day one. Imagine you want to build a tech company and you want to build your own servers, not using AWS. Or right now, you want to build a company that needs a generative AI, but it's not the core function of the business, and you come and tell me, no, okay, I'm not going to use OpenAI APIs. No, I'm actually going to go and build that AI for myself. Like, you're technically somehow going to build OpenAI just to use it for a minor thing in your, if you want to do an AI business, yes, go and try build your models and all of that. But if you need a generative AI for a small function you have, no, just use the API. Let's launch and let's get customers and let's try to make money today if we can.
Thank you.
I think partnership is like for entrepreneurs, it's four components. First partnership is with the team, where you decide somebody who has a specific skill set and is aligned with your vision to move forward towards that path. That's your first part of partnership. Your second part of partnership is people you raise funds from, either a VC or angel investors. And the third one is, how do I get the distribution? I think that's the real mode here, which is the distribution. And strategic partnership, that third part of the component, is super important. So a lot of the time when entrepreneurs, they get an idea, an awesome idea, the market is untapped, but how do we get this product out? There's a playbook for that. I would take the analogy which Juha Christensen, he's an awesome guy. He's the chairman of Bang & Olufsen. I don't know any one of you who knows that brand. He's a great friend of ours. He was on my boat too. So he always says, Omar, they're like, fundamental is there's an end game, and entrepreneurs need to know their end game. And then there's a path towards that end game. And there's a playbook for that path. Strategic partnerships are the key enabler towards that path. So let me give you a very simple example. When me and Babar, who's sitting over there, we started an app store technology company back in 2005. There was no app store. iPhone did not exist. Google Play Store was nowhere there to be seen. And when we identified the problem and we said we're going to build a product to cater the users who are facing this problem, how do we take this product out? Strategic partnerships. So who are the players who can distribute my product to millions of other people? Oh, it's telecom companies, companies like Vodafone, T-Mobile. Oh, it's system enablers like Ericsson, Samsung, etc., who already have a massive reach and the audience to cater for our product. These three ingredients are super important for any entrepreneur. And whenever you're building a business, you need to have a distribution, and it depends on case to case, but in the major use cases, you need big companies, big players who are taking your product in their luggage because it's adding a certain value to their user base to create that humongous business which you want to build.
Thank you. You know, in my earlier life, I was a consumer goods marketeer. Now I'm in education. And one of the most important things that, we had to do was understand the consumer. And Umar, I'm going to start with you, and I'd like both of your other panelists to also contribute. In this world, you started way back, and I've, read up about you and been really impressed at your journey. Today, I'm a techie, excuse my, colloquialism, but I'm a techie, and I have this idea about this app. And we know that a lot of apps go into process, into development, and then don't end up anywhere. In today's world, how important is it to understand, and how do you do it, what the end user wants? Or, in today's world, we really don't know what the end user wants.
Yeah, I think app is the latter part of the equation. The first part is to solve a problem and find a certain niche which people are looking for, but nobody is catering, and there's a big market for it. That's like super important for that. And I see a lot of entrepreneurs doing a classic mistake. You're not trying to solve a problem. You're trying to fit in a solution in the problem. That's not category leaders. Category leaders are those who are not only coming up with a better solution, but unorthodox way of scaling that business. So when I talk about that, think about Airbnb. That's a category designing business. It's not about, hey, I'm going to build a SaaS enterprise marketplace for developers to use my tools. It's not, oh, I'm going to build a D2C marketplace to help people have a better shave, etc. Category design is a very specific where not only you are identifying what people are looking for, but they're not aware of it. So in terms of app development, the basic with any kind of business is what kind of problem you're solving and how big is that problem and how scalable is that. Because app development nowadays is not expensive, to be honest. Like it's peanuts. You can use so many like automative tools out there. Figma is doing a brilliant job where you as a designer can go in, design and use the components in to transform them into the code. There are no coding tools out there for you to build the apps. So there's less friction now to build the apps, etc. So you see, like there's a long tail of apps at the App Store. There are millions of apps, but the long tail is the one which never gets untouched. It's never discovered. These apps, hundreds and thousands of them, they're lying on the App Store, and nobody uses those apps. Why people don't use those apps? There are multiple factors to that. One is you have not figured out the first part, which we touched upon, which Mo mentioned, was distribution. You haven't really nailed the distribution. You have solved the problem, but you're failing to distribute it. And then, very importantly, it's not super related to this, but timing. Timing is also super important when you're launching an app. Are the market circumstances favorable for your business, for your product to get out or not? In a nutshell, user is the king. The customer is the king. Customer is the one which not only adds value back to us by using our product in terms of the transactional value, but it's also, and then another super important thing is to build a moat for your app. Moat is like defensibility. How do we build defensibility when you're launching an app and you want to get out? You build on defensibility by putting a fence around your product. Because Tommy sitting in Texas, Ali sitting in Karachi might be working on the same idea, same kind of app, etc. So you need to always be ahead of the curve where you're giving less chances for the others to catch up with you in terms of app distribution, landscape, etc.
Yes, we're waiting for you, Mo.
It's very hard to, he covered almost everything.
But he covered.
No, I'll definitely say something. But I was just joking.
From a startup perspective, sometimes I would feel that keeping the end user in mind, keeping the customer in mind, keeping the consumer in mind is a bit lost, and the idea is the big idea.
I think the biggest issue with startups when it's come to users is they're trying to service everyone. And I think I'm a huge believer in a niche in general. I don't like businesses that are for everyone. I'm a huge Adidas fan only because of originals. I feel special about them. The regular Adidas line, I feel it's for everyone. I don't like it. Same goes for every major company we deal with today. If we look at Tesla, this is most probably the most prominent, the most growing brand in the world, despite all what's going on with their founder. If we look at a brand from a millennial can come and say they flourished, I've seen the start and all the stages of it. If you look at it today, they have a niche. If we look at Apple, despite, very funny, they have like 1 billion devices out there, they still have a niche. So I think when it's come to users, a niche. And that group, Simon Sinek, one of my favorite authors, described them as early adopters. When you're starting as a startup, let's say we're not at the stage of distribution yet. We haven't figured a market fit, product market fit yet, or a model that works. Because sometimes you have a nice product, but you're unable to, for example, find the right business model for it. That's a product that still technically doesn't have product market fit because we're not ready or we're unable to monetize it. So if you're at the stage before that, find those 10 customers who are willing to do whatever in the world for you, who are willing to stand 8 hours under the rain while everyone is laughing at them to get the first iPhone. Those are the ones you have to start with from a customer's perspective.
But then, sorry to cut you, but then you also need to do your research and you have to do your investigation that you have that kind of product or that kind of service that niche is actually willing to go that extra mile for you. So that research, I think a lot as an entrepreneur, you have to first spend your time in research, in identifying the actual problem and finding the right solution for it. And then you focus on the niche and then comes the scalability. So I think for that 8-hour wait.
I think the first iPhone was too simple and was doing 3 jobs, and Steve Jobs was like repeating them, the whole speech, a phone, a music player, technically an iPod, and an internet communicator. The first version of iPhone did not have an app store. Next to the niche is what is the one feature they need right now, and let's delay rest. Make sure we perfect that one, which is if we take the iPod before the iPhone, there is one problem that was device was solving is basically we don't want to carry CDs, we don't want to carry a big device. It's one device, 1,000 songs, and that's the whole purpose. Like because the CD back then was doing like 10 songs, I guess. Yeah. So one feature, and then you keep building on. And the other thing why you keep building on is because in today's world, startups are no longer allowed to burn money. Are we allowed to burn any money anymore?
No,
not anymore.
Not in the current circumstances.
Not anymore. So let's say I find my 10 first customers, and right now they need a music player. I give them a music player. The second thing for the same exact 10 is a phone. I give them the phone. And the third thing is an internet communicator. I give them the internet communicator. Most of startups' money goes to 2 places. Their staff, and there is ways to be efficient there, but you cannot make it 0. But with customers and with retention and a lot of businesses, not only startups. Oh, we're acquiring new customers, yay. Oh, and how many of them are you retaining? Because if imagine Uber, for example, everyone uses the app, uses the app for 2 trips, and then deletes the app or stop using it. No matter how low their customer acquisition cost goes, there is still going to be losing. Because you cannot keep spending money on customer acquisition. So if you can find the right niche, keep building for the same niche, and you don't go out of the niche until you come to this point where, you know what, they need 10 things, and I've delivered the 10 things. Right after that, at this point, yeah, go and find new groups of customers, and definitely while doing that, do everything he said.
I think you know what, you mentioned a very great point, which is discovery. We call it customer discovery. Even before, let's forget the niche even, which is fundamental. That's super important. But customer discovery, so a lot of the time when entrepreneurs come and pitch to us, we have a very standard question, which is, have you spoken with 100 people? Is there a need?
That's where we go wrong as entrepreneurs, and that's where startups fail, is because we haven't done our groundwork, we haven't done our research.
Decoding, fixing your problem and your mom's problem.
And then the niche is super important too, but you have to be very careful. You don't want to build a feature. You're building a set of feature which other people are not catering for. Because if you're going to only build a feature, then somebody's going to come and replicate it. A big player comes in the market and makes you totally obsolete. Let's take the example of Nokia. Back in 2005, if you go back, Nokia was one of the biggest companies in the world. And if you look at Nokia now, where is it standing? So customer discovery, and then there's the niche, which is super, super important.
Can I tell you a
but the
fun
last more, I want to talk about one thing which is super important. A lot of the entrepreneurs, they say, hey, in order to get the product market fit, we need a product. I'm totally anti-product. Yeah. I'm saying, list 15 great problems which you have observed or come from experiences and surroundings. Put up a landing page, a funnel page, and then go and sell. And then you build the product. Exactly. Instead of wasting your energy and time building a product in a niche, when you take it to the market, the niche has become obsolete. Somebody else, a bigger player, Price.com, Booking.com has taken over, and it's not worth. So there's a playbook of doing things And there's so much, internet brings so much freedom. There's so much distribution out there which can teach you all these things, and we don't need to emphasize on that.
Thank you. I think, two great examples to focus on. Apple, which started off with the first version and has evolved continuously. Absolutely keeping the consumer in mind, looking at what the consumer needs. As Mo said, they didn't have a lot of features in the first version. And then look at Nokia. There's a lot of discussion at the back there. And then we look at Nokia and we don't see them anywhere. And I think it's
Can I say something, a fun fact about Nokia?
Yeah.
Nokia still holds the highest 4 places in history for most sold phones. This is how big Nokia was.
Yeah.
Up until today, with everything iPhone did, still the most sold 4 phones in history are Nokia phones.
Okay. And I think we can move on a bit, and I'd like you, Homa, to share some light on, this whole concept of growing globally. You can be sitting in Pakistan and you can be thinking global. And I think that's what a lot of youngsters here need to know and talk about. It's a different stage, it's a different stage for them, the international world. What does it mean to run a company based on certain standards? Can they from here be doing it to service different markets, whether it's the Middle East, whether it's the US? And I'd like each one of you to contribute to that. So Homa, would you like to start?
Sure. I think growing globally has now become very, very easy and very accessible thanks to internet. Coming from a service industry myself, I think before I can think of myself growing globally, it's through word of mouth. It's all on the internet. There are reviews, there's word of mouth where people are talking about my company. So yes, it has become very accessible as it was back in the day. However, I do feel that it does come with its set of challenges. We all want to grow global, but we also have to keep all the exogenous factors in mind. For example, when COVID struck, for my own company, it was very challenging because it was something that I wasn't very familiar with the technology myself, and I had to change the whole nature of my business. And that's when I actually started making videos and educating people how they can stay in their own space and beautify it, and giving them ideas, is when I realized the reach I have through internet and through technology to reach different markets, to speak to people in different parts of the world. So for me to grow globally, it was very, for a service, it was very easy because it was all through the internet. However, I do feel that it's also that one has to take the right decisions at the right time. So it's all taking about the effective decisions and building an efficient team and making sure that your team is performing efficiently. You can't be doing everything and micromanaging it all. So in order to go global, you have to, build on partnerships, build a strong team, and be aware, do a market research of wherever you want to target your audience or whichever industry you're targeting. And then from there on, you can just reach people there, get their opinions, and see how it is. Because startups, businesses are limited with funds, especially in the current economic times. Globally, be it any industry, be it any country, we may say that, this country is booming, the economy is booming. Every country is facing its set of own challenges. So rather than have, it's great to have a big vision, but I would strongly recommend on first doing the ground research, building a strong team, and then from there on, taking it on.
If we're talking about startups, I would say fundamentally you have to have a business model that allows you to sell globally. So
that's from day one. That should be the mindset.
That's a technical part of the business. And then you have the mindset itself. And unfortunately, it doesn't exist in so many markets. That's their founders' claim that you want to sell globally. I don't want to mention Israel now because now is not the right time, but I can use another example. Ukraine, for example. I can assure you, you and most probably most of the people here have, on average, 5 apps that are made in Ukraine that you guys don't even know they're made in Ukraine. They're still operating in Ukraine as we speak. How many people here use Grammarly? Oh, wow. All of you guys are using a Ukrainian company, one of the greatest Ukrainian companies ever. Or Headway, for example. So if those companies from day one, Grammarly from day one had a sales team in the United States. From day one had a sales team in London. And they have offices in several places. Every single developer in the company is in Ukraine. They moved to Warsaw after the war. Headway is exactly the same. And I can go on and name other companies. Spark, the most rewarded mail client by Apple on Apple Store. There are also every single developer in Ukraine. And in countries like Pakistan, the opportunity is insane. If I want to hire 100,000 developers in Pakistan, I can actually do that. I can take over the world with 100,000 developers, I guess. And I can hire world-class developers here. What I cannot hire here is someone who can sell my product in San Francisco, in London. That person has to be in San Francisco. That person has to meet with people. That person has to network with people. So have the mindset that you're building for the world. So when you come bitch to me as an investor, or you go to an acceleration program, or even to the clients, do not come and say, hi, we've built that in Pakistan. No, no, no. We've built that for the world. We're changing the world. We love hearing that. It's not like it's a product for a specific group of people. So yeah, have this mindset. I'm building for the world. I'm solving a problem for the world. And I'm changing the world in this specific way. And then, as I said, a business model that allows you to sell to everyone. Everyone here have Grammarly because they can pay for Grammarly, regardless of where they are in the world. If, let's say, for example, if Grammarly does not accept, they don't have their integration with Stripe, most of their customers wouldn't have been able to do that. And going back to the first thing I said in the beginning, having that partnership with Stripe is what allowing them to distribute and collect payment. You could have went on like, oh, let's build our own payment gateway, and that would have meant they will have to go to every single market in the world and try to get a central bank approval on that payment solution. So yeah, this is what allows you to grow. You do local partnerships that allow you to distribute. You have the mindset. You build definitely technology that is unifying. The YouTube I use, the same one as you're using, the same one he uses, the same one everyone is using in the world. This is what gets you to global products and to global markets. I hope I wasn't that too technical.
No, that was great. Omar?
Yeah, so I think I would put the antithesis that you don't really need to go globally and think globally, because when you talk about a global product, I'm looking at something like WhatsApp, a piece of software built by not more than 20 engineers, 19? 19 to be precise, thank you. So that kind of product, a soft piece of software which can be distributed globally without any barriers, then of course you need to look into localization of support, the customer support, you know. A lot of the time, the global ambition is not really actually global, it's regional. So you're building a startup in Pakistan, and then you find out that people in adjacent countries like Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan are facing the same problem, etc. So you want to grow into those markets, those adjacent markets. If you do not have a unique product like WhatsApp or sort of like a social network or like even a SaaS product, and when you were thinking about a global product, then there are so many factors overplay. And I can see there's a board which is called Time is Over, so I'll just cut it short here.
Do we have time for questions? I guess not, since we've seen the card. Parting words of advice, one sentence to the audience.
So what I would like to say is that if you have a dream, if you have a vision, and if you're very passionate about it, you should go for it. Don't second guess your instincts, your passion, because it takes, you need to have that drive. It's just not your logic or your business idea that's going to get you what you want. It's actually your drive and your passion. So, 3 years ago when I started my company, I didn't know that it would become where it is, and I put in a lot of hard work. So yes, hard work, build your team, and go for it.
If you start out your own business, the journey is tough. You have to be insanely crazy to decide to do that yourself. The journey is lonely, and it's hard. So get ready and put your expectations in the right place.
Yeah, so I'm going to just read a pledge, and this is from Draper University. Many of you would know about Tim Draper. Tim Draper is a brilliant investor, a legendary investor, third-generation investor who invested in SpaceX, Tesla. So at Draper University in San Mateo, we run 2 cohorts, one for winter and one for summer. And I would encourage you to apply. Go to Draper University and apply. We often have startups from Pakistan who join us, and we read a pledge. And I'm just going to read that pledge for you because Tim is a keen believer, and so are we in this, which is, I will promote freedom at all costs. I will do everything in my power to drive, build, and pursue progress and change. My brand, my network, and my reputation are paramount. I will set positive example for others to emulate. I will instill good habits in myself, and I will take care of myself. And most importantly, I will fail and fail again until I succeed.
Brilliant, thank you. I think we're going to be shooed off the stage soon. So thank you to the audience and thank you to this lovely panel. I hope you got an opportunity to learn a lot more and feel free to reach out to everyone outside. Thank you.
Oh, that's me. That's the entrance sound that I make. Thank you so much. What a wonderful panel. Did you have fun? Okay. We're a little bit early, so I just want to double check that we have our speaker here. Is James Nguyen here? He is? Oh, he is. Look at us running 10 minutes early. I hear that that is not the go in Pakistan, that normally it's the other way around, plus. So I'm delighted to introduce our next session, which is Win at Hour, Lessons for Success. And for the first 15 minutes, we have James Nguyen, founder and CEO at New Win Global. Please put your hands together. And we'll just set up the stage and he'll be here in no time.
I guess not. I don't know. Yes, just really quick.
Hello? Just give us a second. We need to test if the video is working and then we'll move forward from there.
No, they went. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Over to you.
Thank you. I love a win. And that's because people cannot pronounce my surname, which in Vietnam is actually Nguyen.
But as a Vietnamese immigrant refugee kid growing up in the 1970s and 80s in America, no one could say it. So people tried all kinds of variations. There was Nguyen, Nigerian, Nagayan, then kind of Nguyen, and eventually Win. The Win pronunciation stuck and became especially prominent during my high school and university years when I competed in speech and debate all across the United States. And I used to win so many events that my fellow competitors used to say, "Win, Jimmy, win." Well, the name stuck, as did the idea, and today what I stand for. Because as a child born in a war-torn developing country, but brought to America, I was fortunate to have the educational resources, career platform, and opportunities to empower my own potential to win. First, as an IP and digital technology lawyer for 21 years, starting at the boom of the internet in the 1990s. And then second, as an early leader in Bitcoin and blockchain starting around 2016, eventually becoming president of the Global Bitcoin Association for BSV, and now as an entrepreneur in global tech and business projects. I've also realized along the way that my mission is also to help empower the potential of other people to win. So that's why I'm here today, to give the very first ever Win speech, a new concept I conceived: invite global leaders to help share how to win in one chosen field, such as education, entrepreneurship, innovation, health, and then give one win lesson that can be phrased in 15 words or less, and share stories of personal and professional journeys to teach you how. I'm here to talk about how wins truly begin. You. How to win at you. Whether you are a student, young entrepreneur, experienced leader in business or government, perhaps even an entire company, organization, community, or nation. How do you empower your potential to succeed, to advance to the next level, to win? Well, my lesson for you to win at you doesn't require 15 words. In fact, only 3 words deriving from the letters in win that create what I call a win formula that are based upon those 3 letters. The win formula is W. I need a remote here, please, guys, that works. W, which stands for who. Learning who you are, where you come from, and how that shapes you. Second, I, for inspire. You really have to discover what inspires you. Really think about what your identity, your past, how that shapes you, who you are, motivates you to do what you want to do, and more importantly, why? Does it come from a place of wanting to improve life for your family and you? Does it come from a place of wanting to improve conditions for your country? Or does it come from a place of anger, of meaning to try to address the doubters who have been disappointed in you? What are you trying to do to create inspiration for you? Because the best wins in your life come from motivation for goals that are driven by what is deep in your core. And finally, N for new. Find new ways to actually create implementations of that inspiration that is based on who you are. Because we can all achieve results and success that are good, but true wins in life require you to explore innovative ways to actually make your unique mark in the world. I'm taking a break to get a new remote because this one is not working. This does not work at all. Okay, well, it'd be nice to tell you that before, but thank you. All right, apparently I have to stay right over here in order to continue to win, so I'll speak in front of the podium. So that's my win formula. Who, discover who you are, figure out how that inspires you, and find new ways to implement things. And so let me express to you my particular journey to find this win formula. So I was born in Saigon, South Vietnam, in April in 1972, the youngest of 4 children to a family that was led by a father who became a federal judge after lifting himself out of poverty. But my parents had to flee Vietnam the night before Saigon fell in April 1975 and were taken out of the country by the US military and resettled into Saigon Harbor, or excuse me, resettled into America. Where there, my parents took whatever odd-end jobs to try to help support our family. And I, being a young kid in a new country, wanted to just fit in like everyone else because we were like among the only Asian people in the entire community. People made fun of us. There was almost no one else like us at the time. And I kind of ran away from trying to embrace my Vietnamese heritage because I just wanted to fit in. But one thing that did not help was that my parents always wanted to give me the classic Asian bowl haircut again and again and again. It kept frustrating me. So I would sit in the bathroom and try to make my hair kind of wavy or kind of curly so I could look like the other kids at school and try to fit in. And then I realized, well, that was not working. But then I did all the other things ambitious Asian kids would do, which is, okay, let me try to do very well in school, let me check off all the boxes, and I really excelled by trying to do the things I thought I was supposed to do. I graduated high school at 16, university at 19, and finally law school at 22, following in my father's footsteps to actually become a lawyer. And so I did that a lot because I was doing what I thought I needed to do. And then when I became a young lawyer and got a job at one of these big law firms, I tried to really find out, well, what are the things I'm going to do that are unique and different? And at first I had a tough time until I started talking to my parents about life in Vietnam and not running away from my Vietnamese heritage. And my father told me a story that has stuck with me to this day and redefined my career. When he was a judge sitting in a courtroom in Da Nang, Vietnam, he had a criminal case come before him with a man that was associated with the missionary church family from America that was in Vietnam. The man was accused of sexual assault of a young woman. He was sitting in the back corner of my father's courtroom, and my father looked up, saw him in the back corner, and saw something very strange, which he had never seen before, which is bright lights coming down from the ceiling over this man's head. He didn't know what to make of it, had never seen anything like it. Then the man was brought up to the podium in front of the bench in front of my father, and it happened again. And my father wasn't sure what it was, heavenly, spiritual, something. And in a profession which is driven by logic, evidence, analysis, my father did something very different that day. He listened to his heart. He listened to his heart by concluding, for other reasons as well, that there was not enough evidence to prosecute this gentleman, and instead he acquitted him and let him go. He learned that day that you can combine heart with the logic and technicalities of different fields. Now, fast forward to a couple years later when my family had been taken out of Vietnam by the US military and were placed in refugee camps in Guam Islands in the South Pacific, waiting in tent camps to be sponsored into the United States. Well, lo and behold, my father's walking around the tent camps, which were difficult living conditions, and who does he see? It's this man from his courtroom in Da Nang, who was part of the church missionary group there helping to process Vietnamese refugees into the United States. He recognized my father, immediately moved my parents into a hotel, much better living conditions, and is responsible for finding a church to sponsor my family as one of the very first ones to leave that refugee camp and get to the United States. It really changed the course of my parents' life and led to my home in Southern California and work in Los Angeles over years. The lesson of the story is that if you listen to heart, something I had not thought about doing, in fields and professions as complicated as technology or law, it can lead to new ways in wins that you do not expect, perhaps many years later. And it really taught me to start using heart in law, because I was always trying to be just the technical, really good, smart lawyer. And eventually I realized that if I opened my heart to clients, to have better relationships with them. It helped me grow clients with empathy. I also started using heart and emotion in arguments, in written briefs, in courtrooms, in trials and hearings, and it helped me elevate my career in what is a profession not necessarily known for heart. It led me, by the end of my legal career, to representing proudly some of the biggest names in the fields, from the Motion Picture Association of America, Sony Computer Entertainment America, Sony Pictures, Lego Toy Company, Microsoft, Amazon, and Uber, all because I finally engaged with my father to understand who he was, who I was, where I came from, how that inspired me to access empathy and heart in my profession and find new ways to do it in the legal profession. My second story comes from not my father, but my mother. So my mother was very ingenious, where my father taught me about heart, my mother taught me about innovation and ingenuity. Realizing that South Vietnam was likely to fall in 1975, she started going to the banks and trying to take out cash. But unfortunately, cash was very limited in supply at that point. And instead, what she did was very ingenious. She went and took what cash you could get and bought gold bars. She took those gold bars, and scared that she would lose them or have them stolen on a journey out of Vietnam, she wrapped them in a piece of fabric, a towel under her blouse that she kept there for months to make sure they would not be lost. A few years later in the United States, after my parents lived for a couple of years in a very small two-bedroom apartment with our whole family, they were able to buy their very first house in the United States far sooner than an immigrant refugee family who did not speak much English, working minimum wage, low-level jobs could do. Because my mother sold those gold bars to get the money to make the down payment on their first house. And that story, when she told me, struck me because it made me wonder what would have happened. Would their life have been easier if they had been able to access all their cash, their funds, all the assets they had in Vietnam when it collapsed? Would their life not have been easier if we had financial systems where we could transact with our funds and assets anywhere in the world, irrespective of where they come from or what happened to your country? My parents' life would have been easier. We would have been able to achieve wins earlier, but that was not viable. And it is that story and understanding that about who I was and who my mother was that led me to pique my interest when the words Bitcoin and blockchain first entered my life around 2013 and 14. When, as a lawyer, my clients in the fintech industry started calling me about this thing called Bitcoin. And I started helping them with legal work to evaluate how to use Bitcoin and other virtual currencies to make financial systems more efficient, to make the remittance of money across international borders less costly, to make access to financial assets, products, and inclusion more viable. I became interested in that partly because of the technology, but also of the story of my mother and wondering how our family's journey could have been far different and easier. And in the hopes that we could construct tech products and systems that could leverage that technology so the people would not have to do what my mother had to do over 50 years ago. So that led to a journey where I decided I'm going to get out of the legal profession, left my law partnership life, and jumped full-time into the Bitcoin and blockchain industry in about 2016, right before it became really in vogue. I became CEO of one of the largest blockchain R&D firms in London, and eventually president of the global association, Bitcoin Association for BSV, traveling the world, trying to educate people and bring to light development of using Bitcoin and blockchain technology for good, not just for crypto trading. Wins that came because I became more aware of who I am, who my mother is, how that inspired me to pursue a life in Bitcoin and try to achieve technology growth in new ways. It is also the explanation for why I'm trying to help organizations. Finding who you are and winning at who you are is not just about you as individuals. As a company, as a country, you can do the same, and exploring what defines you. It's why my new business brand is New Win Global, using the lessons of my parents for heart and ingenuity, innovation and inspiration to achieve new wins. This is the story of what I'm trying to advance now. And so I have developed a global WIN network, which is a network of partners across the world, which our service providers that have technology, AI, metaverse, Web3, investment, education, as well as a network of companies here in Pakistan and other parts of the world that help me deliver innovation. And in addition, I'm spending a lot of time in developing countries, such as my native Vietnam, Nigeria, and Pakistan, to use my platforms to encourage new wins. And so last October, I took a group of about 10 friends of mine from companies across the world who were interested in Nigeria to the government's Digital Nigeria Conference, where we tried to cultivate relationships for their companies and the people of Nigeria. That included Arjus Azam, your founder here at FutureFest, where he tried with me to help ignite new collaborations between two countries who know who they are, who are inspired to use technology innovation for new advancement, and to hopefully do so in new ways. What am I doing now at this stage of my career with all of these win formula lessons? Well, I'm trying to apply them going forward myself. I recently announced that I've co-founded a new company called Zetium with Steve Shatters, my friend and the longtime CTO and technical lead of the BSV blockchain and its related companies. We're trying to use who we are, people interested in data infrastructure, to inspire what we want, which is making technology more accessible and affordable for all in a new way. A distributed computing infrastructure platform that will make AI inference and other technologies that use computing power far more efficient and affordable and accessible for all. In addition, I am chairman of a UAE-based company, but with a Pakistani founder, my friend Mohammed Salman Anjum, who lives between Dubai and Pakistan. In his company called InvoiceMate, which uses blockchain technology to process and manage invoices, but also power a financing marketplace that actually pairs SMEs, such as those funneled here in Pakistan from Jazz, Mental Health, and others, to pair them with banks that now will offer lending pools to give them cash faster on their unpaid invoices, which they were not willing to do before, but are because our blockchain product verifies the integrity of invoices faster and more credibly. This is creating technology in a new way to make cash access faster for the SMEs of this country, the UAE, and more, to help them fulfill their potential. These are the ways I've been thinking about how to win for myself, but how I want you all to start thinking about how you can win at you, your career, your life, your company, your organization, your country. Do so with heart and ingenuity. Do so with innovation and inspiration. The lessons I learned from my parents so many years ago and long ago. And remember, to do so, it's about discovering who you are, realizing how that inspires you, and figuring how that can lead to new ways to implement these visions. These are lessons for me that really began in Vietnam, which I spent years in the United States running away from. But lessons that I learned from the people who I come from. My parents, who you see here, who are still thriving in the United States at the ages of almost 90 for my father and 86 for my mother. But even though their life now, secondly, is in the United States, their win lessons came from their life in Vietnam. And their life in Vietnam is where they learned what I've learned. They had a life where they grew, they served, they elevated, married, birthed a career, and then birthed a family, children of hope, a new generation of win, a life together in one country, but disrupted. And now it's time to take their lessons of yesterday and use them to create a brighter tomorrow, a world that I call win.
Bye-bye.
But now I am. Okay, great. So our next speaker is Jin Tan, founder and CEO at ResSkills. Put your hands together for Jin. Jin is here. I know that he's here. But not here right now, but here. 2 minutes, he's coming. Just picture him running towards the stage. Are you having a good afternoon? Are you enjoying yourselves? Oh, good. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Jin's here. Jin is here. Over to you, Jin. Welcome to the stage. Again, Jin Tan, founder and CEO at ResSkills.
All right, testing. All right, good evening, everyone. Hello, Pakistan. Can we test you? When I say hi, you say hello. When I say hello, you say hi. So I want to see how's that Pakistan energy. Hello. Hi. Hello, hello, hi. Hi, hi, hello. All right, give a round of applause for everyone. All right. So by the way, my name is Jin Tan. I'm from Malaysia. I took a 14-hour flight, transiting in the middle and reached Pakistan. This is my second time coming to Pakistan, especially in Future Fest Lahore. I think I want to thank the organizer, Aziz, to invite me to over here. Today, I have my story to share with you. I think you have heard from Jimmy. He has a great story, where he come from. I have a story to share with you with the title of, guys, can we have the slide? 1 minute, right. This year I'm 40 years old. I've been through 13 years of entrepreneurship, right? In the middle of 13 years, I'm able to exit and sold my company 2 times. 2 times, right? If you say you are able to sell 1 time, good. But what if you are able to sell 2 times? So in my journey of this entrepreneurship, how did I manage to sell 2 times of my company? I give you my philosophy of doing this is called timing. Win at timing. The last speaker have told you about win at you. My session will tell you about win at timing. All right? As I've been saying, right, I'm in 13 years in the tech industry, all right? Especially in the tech business. I exited and sold 2 companies previously. By the way, I'm not a coder. I cannot code, right? But I can think how to use the system to able to create a business out from it. And I'm able to do it 2 times in a row. And I was a licensed fund manager and a VC and also experienced in corporate management. In this slide, throughout my 13 years, I'm going to share with you why timing is important. Are you ready? Are you ready? Yes. So, wait. All right. Win at timing on this topic that I want to focus is called doing the right things at the right time. Guys, doing the right things at the right time. Throughout my 13 years journey, exited 2 business, I was just focused in this, doing the right thing at the right time. And, especially a lot of people saying that any business that you do, timing is important, right? The trend is important, correct? When the timing and trend is important, the last T that I want to give it to you is called transact. If you have developed a product, a software, a solution that at the right timing, right trend, but you cannot transact, that means you cannot sell, the whole thing will not go far. Throughout these 13 years, I'm able to do so. I'm going to share with you how and why. How did I catch all those timing? And most important is the last T, called transact and doing the right thing at the right time. Back in 2010, when I first came across iPhone 3, can you remember? 2009, when iPhone 3 just launched, I was able to experience first time to touch ever a smartphone by Apple iPhone 3. I was amazed and was very happy with the touchscreen phone. Then I will notice in the smartphone there's something square you can press on it, right? That was the era of the mobile apps, the born of the era of mobile apps. Guys, you have to go back with me. That is back in 2010. Today you talk about mobile apps, everyone know what is it. When 2010, when I come into the smartphone, remember what I just shared with you. Do the right things at the right time. I saw the mobile apps opportunity. It's just like from the web, it's going to transform to the app. So I'm doing smart. I told you I'm not a coder. I cannot even build apps until today, but it's okay. I have an idea to create a business out from this timing, the trend, and I'm able to transact. That's where I created a company that can help SME to build a lot of apps in a very affordable and a fast way, using a template system that we build, and we can deliver a lot of apps in a very similar way, in a very cost efficient and in a big quantity. Guys, when I say this, it's nothing new today, but back in 2010, I managed to catch the timing and trend. I'm able to transact. So that's when I sell to a lot of companies, brands. Can you imagine there's time the apps looks like this back in 2010? I'm able to do a lot of different software system. It's not moving, right? Yeah, I even do personal apps and so on. Yeah, this is back in 2010, 2011, 2013. We just do different apps coming from different solutions and so on, right? Even 2014, that was my wedding. I even developed one app just for my wedding. Guys, you have to say what I say, all right? Catch the timing, use the trend, and deliver something. So that's where I go on. I keep on doing. That's the wedding app that 2014. Today is nothing new, all right? So keep on doing, building a lot of different things. Even transform into a platform. Because it's my wedding, I just want to use it all the way. All right. Even we launched a mobile coupon system, so on and so on. All right. So that is me along the way. And yeah, this was the AR VR software that we built that time. And these are all the things that we have done during the years. So in a nutshell, what do I want to say is, I catch the phrase that I always like to say: do the right things at the right time. If I tell you I do the same model again with what I do this today, it cannot work at all. All right. What I want to share with you is, every time, every trend, there's an opportunity for you. So it's what you want to do, and this is what you want to achieve. All right. So let me go to my point. All right. Yeah. So along these 5 years, started in 2009, 10, 11, 12, 14, 2014, I managed to sold my company away in a big way. That was my first exit. All right. Not bad, right? Not bad, right? Can you give a round of applause? Yeah. It's nothing, to me, it's nothing very big deal previously, but I'm just catching on the time because that was the boom when I started during at my time. All right? So what next? After I sold, what do I do? So next, I noticed there's a trend. Every one of you know accelerator, incubator, right? It's a very common word nowadays. But remember, this is back in 2016 in my country, in Malaysia. We are just at the boom of the tech era, right? There's no accelerator, there's not a lot of incubator. I don't think we even have VC back then. There's no money coming in to invest. But I saw what is coming in the future. So I took one step ahead and started my own accelerator incubator. It's nothing special, but what do I add on is this, all right? So the accelerator incubator is called AppShack. So if you check it out, it's very famous back in my country. We are one of the largest and leading accelerator incubator based on my experience. So what I do is one unique idea that I put in is this, all right? Okay? So, wait, let me go back. All right. When the whole accelerator and incubator is doing, a lot of startup need to pitch to investor. I put an idea of turning it into a reality show. That was back then in 2016, when I don't think YouTuber, there is such job scope in the world that day. You know, we apply as a reality show, showing in YouTube, include in the accelerator incubator pitching, then become a boom. All right? I just want to tell you again, it's nothing special this, all right? A lot of people like to struggle. I don't have a great idea. I don't have an idea to change the world. How can I be successful? How can I do this? How can I do that? I've proven to you, I've done nothing special. But the timing, the trend. But of course, I have to give credit to myself. I've done something at the right time. So, guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guys, I managed to solve this again. Can I have a second round of applause? Accelerator, incubator can sell? Yes, why not? When you are doing the right thing at the right time. If I do this again today, no one want to buy from me. All right? So I just want to share with you as the win session of today is called timing. Whatever are you doing is at the right time? Are you too far ahead? Are you too slow? Are you on trend right now? And are you able to sell? Is there customer to you? But whatever I do on that time, there's customer for me. All right? When I saw the trend is changing, I might want to pivot what I've done. So after I've sold two companies, what do I do next? That was back in 2017. It's like maybe 8 years ago. All right? So I continue to work at the VC. So that is one of my work experience. Nothing to tell you, but it's just that I'm just working in the VC in Malaysia. So this is what I have, interview, and so on. So my important, what I want to share with you is what I do next. Guys, during pandemic, what do you saw? Remember what I say in my statement. Do the right things at the right time, win at timing. At 2020, during the pandemic, I remember my country locked down on March 18, 2020. I saw a new opportunity. Education is going to move online. That's where I started an online platform called Reskills. Am I doing the right thing at the right time? Totally, right? I'm not in education. I've never been a teacher. I cannot say I'm a good student, right? I'm not a good student. I cannot say I'm good in the school system. I do not know anything about the school education, but I catch on the time, trend, and transact. I've launched a subscription-based global online learning platform that focuses on career learning. Why do I want to focus on career learning, not on the primary school and secondary school? It's because there's a very big missing gap after we graduate from schools, right? There's a lot of skills that we are missing and so on. That's why I launched a subscription base that you can access to all our classes, live videos recorded, everything you have at $1 a month. Am I doing the right thing? Yeah, man, right? Will you pay $500 for online course? No, right? $1 a month for online course? Yes. Guys, give a round of applause. Today, Reskill, we have over 1 million learners across 70 countries. We are working with 700 coaches from different parts of the world, and we are doing good. We are a profitable company. We are able to scale. Today, I'm here in Pakistan for what? To keep on promoting Reskill and what we are doing. So in Reskill, so we are redefining fast and impactful learning using the power of online so that I can bring down the cost and reach out to millions of learners. If I tell you, if you ask me what do I learn from here? If it's not pandemic, I tell you I won't do this. Is it feasible to do this? It's not that it's not good. It's just that the culture. our timing. You know, there has been online learning 20 years ago in the Western country. Why are we not adopting here in Asia? It's because of timing, right? You are right. You are getting my point. So, at the end of my sharing of my journey of this story, I always like to focus on this, guys. Just take on this word. I'm no one. I'm just a normal kid in Malaysia. Graduate from business IT. You know, I just do a normal work. If I am able to sell to company, I do not even know a single line of code until today. I can do this. Why not you? Right? I just want to share with you. It's all about. I always remember this. Do the right thing at the right time. A lot of young entrepreneurs, they like to live in their own world. Sorry to say. They have their own idea. I only believe in this. I don't care about anything. I don't care about the timing. I don't care what's the government doing. I don't care. I don't even want to listen to my parents what they say. I just believe in my idea. That is called suicide. All right? Once again, I just want to tell you, I'm just a normal kid coming from Malaysia. It's a very small country compared to you. I can able to do this. Why not you? If I never imagined I'm able to come to Pakistan. Today, our platform is working with your government. We have a lot of learners from here as well. We have our teachers in here. Never in my life I came to Pakistan before. Last year, my first time. This time is my second time. It's all about rescue. And if you ask me how, the answer is on the board. Doing the right thing at the right time, timing is important, following the trend. I know you have been following the trend, but the last thing a lot of young entrepreneurs missing is called transact. You did not know how to sell it. You did not position it at the right time. You did not position it in the right place, and you just hope the user will come on board. I was listening to the last panel session. There's one, I forgot his name, Ahmad from UAE, right? He said that to build a global company, the most important thing is not about your coders, it's your salesman. The last T that I put on is called transact. All right, guys. Once again, I'm Jin. I'm the CEO founder of Resume, coming from Malaysia, sharing all with you. I'm happy to be here, and my win of the session is called timing. Thank you very much once again. Thank you.
What about now? Okay, we're back. So our next speaker is Bukhi Gowri, the Head of Digital Technology and Innovation at Etihad Airways. Put your hands together. Did anyone fly Etihad over here? Yes? It's a great airline, isn't it?
No,
Beautiful.
it's the best.
I'm sure it is.
It is.
Over to you.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Okay, thank you. Small technical glitches. Thank you for having me. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here. And I see a lot of young, passionate enthusiasts in technology, which is amazing. Pakistan, my parents are from Pakistan, both of them resided in this country, then moved to Europe. I was born in the UK. Kids, story goes on. I don't want to bore you. I want to go through my journey for a bit. And the theme is change. Everyone has to embrace change. It is important. Everything changes during time. Technology is the fastest rate of change in the world. So let's see if the clicker works. Right. I've brought up two. Etihad Engineering is part of Etihad Airways. It is the fourth best, or should I say the fourth most reliable maintenance company, third-party company in the world, rated out of 200 airlines globally. What we do provide We have 2,500 plus employees. We sell $400 million worth of revenue. We service third-party aircrafts from all over the world, whether it be South America, whether it be Australia, whether it be Pakistan as well. AirBlue is one of our customers. We've been running since 1990, I think. I joined Etihad Engineering in 2019, just before the pandemic. Prior to that, I was Etihad Airways. Now, the journey that we've gone on, and this is, yeah. What I wanted to talk about is the change, bringing in change. It's so important that we understand that change makes our life easier. If you can imagine a maintenance company doing maintenance on a car or an aircraft using paper to do their processes, manual faults come up, mistakes happen, labor intensive. What I wanted to do is bring in change. During the pandemic, globally, the airlines were shut down. Everyone's aware of this. However, the maintenance part of the airline was fully operational. Every hangar was full. But what I saw was manual processes, and I wanted to automate them. I wanted to bring in technology, change everything, so an engineer comes in, grabs his tools, goes to the aircraft, and does his work without any paperwork. What we will talk about is my journey here. It started in 2022. When I looked at it, the Oracle hardware, our ERP was Oracle. We moved everything to the cloud. Now that was a very big task for us. We're talking about $14 million worth of equipment being moved, historical data, from on-prem to the cloud. We moved that across. The whole journey will finish in 2026. Once I've done the Oracle, I'm going to bring in a digital MRO, which is a maintenance repair overall, so it's all paperless. So the engineer has an iPad, the engineer has his mobile phone, he can do his work, get signatories, and move on. Towards the end of the journey is where the exciting stuff comes in. Drones to do our maintenance on remote stands, nanobites to do our x-rays on our aircrafts, to go in, to see the minute cracks and everything. And then IoT. We're also bringing in VR. VR for our engineers to learn instead of a mock-up. Instead of going into a classroom, they can just put a VR headset on and look and feel. So that's coming along. The journey finishes in 2026, and then I'll move on to a separate project. But it will be leading edge. Other airlines and other MROs are actually watching us. PIA is watching us, AirBlue, Emirates, our sister company down the road, is watching us. So the journey started when I wanted change. To change, I had to talk to the business, talk to the people, get their mindsets to change. And it's winning. People are adapting. And when I look around here and I see the young population, the passion that you guys have got, it's mind-boggling. I was recently at GITEX last year when I met the PCEP stand. And I met everyone there, and I thought, wow, Pakistan is booming. You guys don't understand that your neighbors to the right are like #1 in the technology fields, but you guys are not far behind. You guys need to collaborate, have the passion, have work, and boom as well. I'm getting a bit nervous talking about it because I can see. I've witnessed it myself. I'm a seasoned guy. 14 years in the airline, Accenture, IBM, HP, all the big companies I've worked for. But what I see here is raw talent, and I want to extract that and move this forward. And look, these are just the major achievements I've achieved over the last, 12 months, 14 months, 16 months, but it's fine. I want to bring on, and I want to slightly diversify from my script. This is really important that the message comes across about change. I had a young man working for me, Pakistani guy, from Gujranwala. His name is Salman Abid, and he's sitting in the front row over there. So I want him to come up and just stand there, because there is a story I want to tell. Salman, please. Salman worked with me for several years. He understood where I was coming from. I'm a very process-driven person. In any airline, there's regulatory authorities. So the technology has to abide by all the regulations. Now, Salman watched me for years. He enjoyed, well, I don't know about enjoying, but he did his job perfectly. It was a very stressful environment. Running an airline operations is difficult. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who travel, All you do is give your passport in. That's all you do to get your seat, to get your food, to get to your destination. The complexity of that, the seat number, the food that you've ordered, the Wi-Fi connectivity, the applications that you want to use on the aircraft, it's people like me that's providing it. I have a team of, I think it's 140, which is then IBM, I have Kyndryl, I work with Cisco, all the big players around the world. But Salman watched me for years. So we had a war room, which we used to call, if we had a severity. Because here's the penalty. If my aircraft is delayed by 15 minutes, I am charged $75 per passenger per minute. So can you imagine the loss the airline's making? It's branding as well. If the airline is disruptive, people don't like Etihad. Flight delays and commercial, we lose money. So he watched. You watched. You watched for a long time, and he understood the criticality of services. And he adapted and changed. So he worked with me for several years. He got a rough ride. He learned, he adapted, and he modified. What he did do, though, unfortunately, he resigned from me. Not because of me. He resigned, but he started up his own business in Pakistan. And for many years, he's been asking me to come to see it, and I just didn't have time. But when I did go, the company is ENCS, and I will plug it a bit because I'm actually really proud of what he's managed to achieve. Now, they provide services the way I would provide services to tech companies or to customers. Processes, people, technology. They're certified, they have their own ITSM processes, they have their own delivery model, and they partner with global companies all over the world. Now, Salman's one person, which I managed to change. But I look around, you guys just, it is mind-boggling, and don't let anyone put you down. I love this country as my own. Yes, I wasn't born here, but this is my country as well. And this public here can make a difference. You guys need to change, adapt, and deliver. Collaborate, move forward. It is, how can I say, the tech generation or the revolution of technology is coming, whichever way you want it. It cannot be stopped. AI, they talk about AI and chat GPT and everything, which personally to me worries me, but it's coming. Now, you can read everything on the background here. I'm not going to repeat myself. But what I do want to talk about is how you guys can make a change. You've got to have the passion to deliver. Like my previous presenter said, he's nothing. I'm nothing either. I've delivered massive programs globally all over the world, and I've worked for big companies. But what makes me proud is people like him standing up, making a difference, contributing to society, employing people, delivering services, and making a name for themselves. Pakistan needs to be the next technical hub globally because the raw talent, the young generation here can make a massive difference. Really proud of this. You guys need to carry on and deliver. These are just some of the companies that ENCS works with, you know, and you're right, it's a marketing plug, I'm plugging them because I'm so proud of it. If I worked with any of you guys and you started your company, I'd be very proud of you. But Salman has done his bit. He's also tied up with other companies as well to deliver for Pakistan. I have a vision, and it's not on the slides, and I'm sorry, I'm going slightly off topic. I know. Yeah. I looked around in Pakistan, and I tried to find a tier 3 data centers anywhere, which is certified, and it doesn't exist. The government may have it, but not the private sector. So Salman and I sat, we talked with our other partners. I wanted to build 2, one in the north, one in the south. And I wanted to host all the commercial services that we could do. And I wanted to provide an SI model, system integrator, and a managed service model. So I don't know if anyone in this audience is from banking. Is anyone from banking? Okay, so the lady over there is from banking. Banking is a commercial. It's not, IT is not their business. Is anyone from hospitality, hotels? No. Hotels is customer service. IT is not the business. What I wanted to do is provide a service to say, right guys, I can do it for a cheaper at a mass scale with resiliency, with trained staff. with all the processes and give you an uptime. Like the models being used all over the world. That's the vision I had moving forward. But it's about change. Those change mindsets have to change. People have to adapt and move forward. Now, Salman and his team, some of them are already here, are working on a global model. They have contracts all over the world. They are working with me on Etihad as well. I want to bring in a technology called Spectrum 5G. It is a core network area that covers all my hangars. I have 7 hangars, and I have a wide space on a runway where I don't get connectivity. They're working with me to bring this technology in, and inshallah, by the end of 2025, we should get it up and running. So, look, the gist of it all is, it's about change. You guys really need to adapt. You guys really need to move forward with the times. Stop sitting there and working in silos. That's my 2 cents advice to you guys. You can't work in silos. You've got to collaborate. The cloud is the next thing. Everything should be in the cloud, so you don't have the hassle of data centers. You don't have the hassle of power issues or anything like that. I changed, and I'm an old man compared to all of the young generation in this room. Yeah, I can change. My children have changed. This man has changed. Can you do this? Can you click the next slide and do it for me? Yeah. So these are just some of the companies that ENCS deal with. But the biggest, for me personally, it's Etihad. Etihad Engineering and ENCS. We will partner. We will move forward. But it is about change. Now, you guys are still probably used, I don't know if you are or not, but I want everything paperless, and I'm going to that model. I don't want to write anything down on a piece of paper. Everything should be automated. I work in an environment where a guest comes in, gives a passport, checks in, goes to the lounge. We have records of everything. We just brought in biometrics. So now when you go to Abu Dhabi airport, you can drop your baggage, your facial recognition will be done, and you'll go straight through. You don't have to go to immigration. But it's change. It's far advanced in change. And I keep repeating the word change because it's got to be institutionalized. People are scared of change, and they shouldn't be. People are used to the way they work. Yeah, they should change and adapt, or have an idea to open up and understand what is coming down the line. If not today, tomorrow, there could be an AI version of me standing here and talking to all you guys. Whether it be hospitality, whether it be aviation, whether it be defense, whether it be banking, it's all automated. And it's all got to go automated. So the best part is to embrace your change. Now, me personally, ENCS, in collaboration with KWS, it's a startup, KWS Middle East, where they start up companies, where Salman now is opening up a branch in the Middle East, ENCS Middle East, because the market is very good. But I want the talent from here to move over there. Not physically, maybe, remotely, but the talent is here. I personally wanted the role from here to spread to the world, like they do next door, like they do in Europe. The talent is here. Now, look around, and you know, it's amazing to see. I think that you're all students. Personally, I don't think you're professionals. I think you're still at universities or working. You should just look around and see the young, the talented, the passionate people moving forward. Whether you're male, whether you're female, whether you are just finished graduation, whether you've delivered, whether you've worked, it's about change. I just wanted to finish the speech on, you know, just to say, guys, look, if at my age, with 4 kids, I can change and I can adapt, so can you. Thank you very much.
I'm actually excited. Abhi 2 minutes wait.
Hi everyone, so we just have a quick 5-minute break and then we're going to be joined by Mr. Max Gagalev, the VP of Operations at Yango. So we'll be back with you in 5 minutes. Okay, are we all ready for our next session? Again, I said 5 minutes, but here I am 1.5 minutes later. So at the speed of light, I'm happy to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Max Gagalev, the VP of Operations at Yango. Please put your hands together. Over to you, Mr. Max.
Okay. Okay. Hey everybody, my name is Max. Very nice to meet you. I'm VP of Operations of Yango. Probably know Yango ride-hailing app just recently came to Pakistan. While the slides are getting uploaded, could you please raise the hand if you tried Yango? Okay, this is like 30%. Could you raise the hand if you are currently using InDrive? Still larger, okay. That was the test. Thank you very much. That was very important information for me. So, hello, my name is Max. As I told you, we are Yango. Yango is the ride-hailing service that recently came to Pakistan, but many other services are coming next. Let me just show you the brief video first, and then we'll talk a little bit about the business we do. So there is no music, but then we'll comment it. So basically, Yango is the ride-hailing application that is now working in 30+ countries across Africa, Latin America, Asia, and I think that one of the biggest assets that we have is the technological base. Since there is no sound, just let me go next to the next slide. Okay, yeah, as I told you, we are pretty young, 5 years, but we're already a multinational company headquartered in Dubai. We have 30+ countries launched. Usually we are launching in major cities. In Pakistan, we are currently working in all 3 major cities, Lahore, Islamabad, and Karachi, and some other small cities like Faisalabad. I think that what we target is the reshaping of transportation around the globe. We know that there are many places on the world where transportation has a huge, like a pain point for the country and for the local society. And we believe that the technologies we bring are actually helping to enhance and make it better. So the key part of our approach that we are using, which is very different from what our competitors do is the fact that our business model is different. So we are not working directly with drivers. We are working with local taxi companies, with local partners, who are one of the major driving forces of our development. Sorry, it's getting super fast. Yeah, I just wanted to show this. So there is an intermediate company between us and the driver, and usually it are local businesses. Like right now we have 50 plus partners in Pakistan, and we think that we not just help to build the better transportation across the country, but we also empower local entrepreneurs who can become the taxi companies, who can connect drivers with their cars, who can actually buy fleets and rent it out to drivers and develop their businesses. And I think that this is the cornerstone of our business model, and we believe that this is the crucial factor that helps us to win on many different markets. Yeah, as you see, we did it in all countries. We have local partners in all countries. I think that in total we have like 200 plus partners around the globe. And you can see that actually the revenue that they were getting are increasing X10 over the 2 years since the launch. And this is the money that local entrepreneurs can earn within the country, doing business and just being connected to the technology that we provide. Of course, we support a lot of things with marketing activities, with driver acquisition, etc. But at the same time, our partners, the taxi companies, are the cornerstone. And most importantly, we also help to renew the fleets that there are on the market. Like, that there are many old cars that are still doing the ride-hailing services, and through bringing the, top-notch financing institutions to different countries, through communication with the governments, we actually are helping our partners to bring the new cars and operate it within the system. So the average payback for a car is less than 2 years now across all our countries, which is pretty good if you are thinking in terms of business. And obviously you have the car that lasts longer than 2 years. Again, the clicker is not working perfectly, sorry. Yeah, this slide is important. So ride-hailing is the first ship that comes to every country, and this is the business that we're major experts in, but also we have 7 more. In order to drive around the city, we actually develop our own maps. So these are the maps that are developed by ourselves. We're not using Google or any other player. We develop the maps because that's why probably sometimes you might see some bugs or mistakes when you use Yango, but we will fix it very soon. So maps is something that drives us as the business from the ride-hailing app point of view, but at the same time, maps could be used by anyone. We also have food delivery. I don't know why the slides are just changing themselves. We have food delivery operating in several countries. We have technologies for white label solutions for grocery deliveries, and also we do delivery business, and we hope that we can launch delivery business soon in Pakistan as well. And we do have Yango Pay, the fintech, internally built fintech that will help us to power all the between us, partners, drivers, and customers. And you can see an example of how maps could look like when you put your public transport on the map. Yeah. So yeah, this is an example of the fintech solution. So slides doesn't work, so it's okay. But most importantly, I want to say that Pakistan is a super great country. We are very happy to do our business in Pakistan. I personally love it very much. I love people, the hospitality, And the business is growing very fast. And right now in Pakistan, as I said, we operate in all major cities, and our share of the market is growing. And with the help of our partners, I'm very convinced that we will be growing even faster. We will be launching other, right now we're offering only B2C services, we'll be offering B2B services as well, when the companies could be, plugged into the system, and the employees of the company could be just getting Yango when the company would be paying for that. That is what we are working on right now. Maybe if anyone have questions about Yango, I'm really asking everybody to try Yango if you didn't, because the product itself is very nice and neat, and it works very fast. We have many drivers online already, always ready to deliver you to the point B. If someone have questions, please raise. Yes. Yeah. Okay, this is a very good question. Okay, so I would say two things. So from the standpoint of the product itself, we have very good algorithms that can match users and drivers. And actually the fact that we can make it very efficiently, it allows us to have lower price for a customer, and at the same time higher earnings for drivers, just because we help to increase the utilization of the car and of the driver. So basically the money per hour that our drivers have are better than among all our competitors. We do this competitive intelligence on the market. At the same time, you can check that our prices will be always lower, and this is the strategy. We also have many safety features inside that our competitors don't. This is from the product point of view, but from the business model point of view, as I mentioned, we have local partners that are actually helping us to develop the business. We have 50 businesses inside Pakistan who provide instant feedback from the market, who invest their time and money to develop the business and grow the pie together with us. And I would say that this is the major thing that helps us, this local partnerships around the globe, because basically the development of Yango is driven by local communities in the countries. We help to create jobs, we help to enhance this development. Thank you very much. Yes, please. Yeah, oh cool. Okay, yes, absolutely. This is a very good question. Previously, before I started to be responsible for many different countries in Yango, I used to be a head of driver team. So I was the one who would be working with drivers. And first of all, I would say that the most important thing that we do for drivers, we actually think through the amount of money they earn. One of the main KPIs that we have is to maintain a high level of money per hour, the MPH, like the metric we use. And when we give bonuses, and we will be giving bonuses to stimulate the development and to attract more drivers. Obviously, bonuses might change, like they change in all the countries, but the core thing that we have, we always maintain the level of MPH at the same level, at the higher level. And I would say that this is the core thing that drives us when we adjust the marketplace settings, because the marketplace actually is the huge and very difficult thing. Yeah, there are like hundreds of metrics, hundreds of settings that you can do. So we always focus on MPH from the standpoint of a driver. The second thing would be the features that we have inside the app. Probably not all of them are already launched in Pakistan because we roll out it consequently, but we do have safety features for drivers, like for example, like SOS button, and the guy can press this button and get the direct line with support, or the police if something happens in the car. In some countries we help. Okay, thank you. In some countries we'll help to install the cameras inside to enhance this security. And lastly, we always have the driver team that is working Like we provide, special offers to drivers, discounts. Maybe not everybody is rolled out in Pakistan yet because we are pretty new on the market, but it will come for sure. And we are doing, like insurance products, etc., specifically for drivers and leasing opportunities to lease the car.
So can you please elaborate more on the business partnerships you have? So like as a business, what percentage do they get? And
okay, I probably will not share we do the revenue share. They're getting from 3 to 5%, basically, usually. But we also subsidize it in many different ways and help to develop the partnerships. So basically, we have a local team in Pakistan. Frankly, probably one of the best local teams we have in Young overall. Super bright and great people. I love working with them. So they are working directly with the partners, and you can see around the city Yango partner. So many people can come and just start partnership. There are some entry conditions, I think, but obviously not too difficult to obtain. So yeah, we share the profits. We share the revenue. Yeah.
Quite interesting. That's something I think that differentiates Yango.
Yes,
with other partners.
Yeah, and we help to. One of the partners usually have two streams of revenue. So first would be the commission that we share with them, and second would be the money they earn through renting out the cars, and we are helping to buy the cars. We help to provide financing, etc. So my time is over. Thank you very much. I will be here. If anybody have questions, please come. Thank you very much.
Okay. Is he ready? Is he ready? Thank you so much, Mr. Max. That was fantastic. Okay, so we have a very interesting next speaker speaking about sustainable mines and sustainable development. Our speaker today is Dr. Shakil Ahmad Khan, the Senior Advisor of Operations Institute for Art and Culture, IAC, Lahore Times Square. Please put your hands together. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you so much. I think you can hear my voice. I hope so. Good, thank you. Yeah, looking at this recent presentations, just like last 3, 4, I would also, using my own experience, I can introduce myself, and I would like to share with you that please remember a couple of things. I can see youngsters sitting here and also young professionals that I can share with you some tips of the success in your professional career. The thing is that you have to establish your dreams. Never give up. Do your consistent effort, and then you can hope for the success. I worked with Asian Development Bank for 20 years, and then for Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank in China for 5 years. And now I am advising Lahore Times Square. And let me also share with you, before I start my presentation, what Lahore Times Square is. And before that, I would like to introduce the Institute of Art and Culture. So the institute basically is very close to this building, and this has developed based on all these innovative ideas, technologies, and whatnot you have heard today, that we are trying to bring all those intellectuals with the latest technologies in different areas, including architecture, design, urbanization, art, digitization, and cinematics, informatics, and robotics. So very interesting areas and now we are going to introduce very soon another school in the area of climate change and environmental sustainability. So this institute, I'm not marketing, but to share with you that it is offering and contributing for our national cause to develop the youngsters who are well versatile in all the areas. So this institute basically yeah, this has been ranked among first 600 school in the world just over the last 6 years. So I would like to talk about two areas where we are working, and then I can move to Lahore Times Square, which is very interesting program and the project which we are constructing in DHA Phase 6. Most of you would not be knowing what that is, but today you will have an idea that what are we going to do. I don't know, this is not catching up with my speed. Can anybody help me? Okay, now it's working. Sorry about this interruption. Okay, we are working on two areas. We have two departments. One is called Center for Climate and Environmental Research, and other is Center for Energy Efficiency and Analysis. So in these two centers, we have intellectual people who have a huge knowledge. I mean, they are masters of their areas. And we are discussing about, like in Lahore, nowadays we are facing smog. We are researching on it, how it creates, what other regional countries, their type of experience they are exercising, and how we can handle this in future to help the government and particularly Lahore in getting rid of this smog. And the other area, CEEE, we are working together with our Turkish counterpart, who have done state-of-the-art projects in the country in the areas of energy efficiency and sustainability. So we will go further and I will talk about further details. Next. So these services which CEEE offers is a sustainable strategy development and building performance simulation according to the requirements of the building's needs. And then human building interactions, basically whoever is living, we have to construct the buildings, apartments, and the commercial units according to their requirements. And same is ICT need-based and design and implementation. So these are the different areas we are working on. Next. So now I will talk more interesting topic on this Lahore Times Square. There is a project in Phase 6, if you are familiar with the roads, Shabir Sharif Road, which I've been passing in front of the DHA main office, and it goes all the way end. And if you go look at on the right side, there's a huge development which we are going to start next month, hopefully. And that is about 450 canal area. And the investment is about $1.2 billion, $1.2 billion. So what does it include? It has a 4-star hotel. It has 5-star hotel, 200 beds each. And it has 100 service apartments. Then we are constructing one hospital of 500 beds. And build the 500 well-serviced apartments. Those are being built. So can you imagine that this whole 450 canal area where this development is taking place, it is going to have 50% of the total occupant which we are in DHA 6 areas. So this whole project is, the designers we have selected, they have come from various parts of the world, expert in their own areas, and mostly I think they are using their own, research based on actual case studies where high-tech technology is being used for designing and overall execution of the project. Next. So this whole project talks about the sustainability all around. If you are talking about the apartments, then you can easily understand that what's going on in terms of innovation and sustainability. You have all reliance on your mobile phone. You leave your office, you turn on your air conditioners, you can heatings, your locks are automated. Everything is in your hands in this type of building. So that technology, and then air quality is well maintained, the security safeguards are there. So that is the type of things which you heard from the previous presentations, that latest technology and innovative kind of approaches have been used to construct these buildings. Next. We are also using, the recycling waste. I mean waste like solid waste management, we are going on the optimal level. We are also having a sewerage treatment plants. We are making use of the overall drainage system, reuse of water. So all these developed technology which could be employed here, we are going to demonstrate, and this will become a pilot for our residents and our future developments to become as a modern kind of infrastructure development. So since I'm running out of time, there's much to talk and discuss. So anytime during and after the session, you can always discuss. Thank you so much.
Are we ready for our next speaker? This is our second last speaker. Can you believe that we've already had our first day together? Hasn't it been the best day? Okay, well, I'm delighted. Actually, no, we've got three. This is just a little last minute one that we've pushed through. So who have we got now? We've got Syed Nasir Hussain. He has a BUH-MNP from HP. I think that is engineering. And he's also going to be here with Ibrahim from ComSci. So please join me on the stage. Please put your hands together. I know we're almost done, but we have a lot of exciting talks to go. Hello, welcome, welcome. And we'll give you some mics. And over to you.
Hello. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon still. Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to introduce myself. I am Syed Nasir Hussain, Business Unit Head, Muller and Phipps, Pakistan Private Limited. MNP is an authorized distributor for HP products in Pakistan. I would request you to please find some time and pay a visit at our presence, hall number 1, presence number 9. So we have come up with such exciting offers, especially for students, content creators, vloggers, bloggers, startups, entrepreneurs, and school-going or college-going students. HP, we are representing all those products which you may find exciting for you, and you can use it with peace of mind. The reason why, because it has official and local channel warranty in Pakistan. We are holding our service centers nationwide, and being distributor, we have partner aligned with us, strategic partner, ComSci Private Limited, and they are the one who is representing our presence in Pakistan as a strategic partner. And I especially say thanks to COMC, Muller and Phipps, HP, and a very big thank to FutureFest, who has given this opportunity for us to come here and to share our future-ready plans with you. With the hybrid solutions, especially in today's world, where we are going hybrid, work from home, work from any side, study from home, and we can do anything. So we have a lot of solutions. Without taking a longer time, I would request Mr. Ibrahim Ahmed, who is country sales manager of COMC Private Limited, to talk about COMC and HP products.
Thank you so much, Nasir Saab. Yes, please. Thank you, clapping. Thank you so much to all of you for being here and attending the Future Fest. You know, as far as we are the IT-based company and we are representing HP particularly here, and we are the eyes and ears being a strategic partner and the exclusive distributor of HP M&P. We are basically the designated representative of HP here. As far as you know, the development is now associated with the AI and the tech, and these both industries are in any aspect, they are connected with the IT hardware. So basically, we are the interconnected industry. We are the pure contributor of your development. And if you belong to any industry, any industry from you belong, we are the solution provider on the back end. And why we are here and what is the differentiated between, the routine, your hardware supporter provider, and the COMC and M&P and HP. Basically, we are giving you the coverage. This is more important. You guys are investing a lot in your business, and you need the coverage and the protection of all of your purchases of hardware, your assets, and all of your networking security needs. HP is the brand having all the range of products from the consumer to the corporate to the industry, till the industry grades. So we are available especially for you to support and satisfy your needs as far as the IT and the hardware is concerned. HP offering variety of products. We give you solution, we identify your needs, we basically build the solution with respect to your needs. You know, we listen to you, we design the solution for you. So we have offices nationwide, like Lahore, Karachi in Pakistan and major cities, as well as we have support with the distribution, having support centers nationwide, and the HP itself involves with you whenever you come to us, we will give you the complete solution. We have participation here in the Future Fest. Availability, our presence is in hall number 1 at booth 9. Please do visit us and discuss what are you doing, and we would like to be your partner to grow your business. So this is more important because if you do not have your IT, if you do not have your other technical team, we would be available to fulfill this gap for you. So HP want to connect with you on a grassroots level. HP want to do business with you. HP want to do solution to your company, to want to see grow your company together. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ibrahim, I like to take this opportunity for a few seconds more to, we are passing through tough time with such a high inflation, where the consumers are having low budget for buying such equipments. So you have come up with a very aggressive and exciting offer for these 3 days. Can you please announce that offer with the AMD laptop which you are offering?
Yeah, thank you so much, Nasir Saab. To encourage the visitors and the Future Fest and such kind of exhibitions, we are offering at least 15% more discounts than the ordinary prices, the retail prices, and I can challenge you. You find any at the price anywhere, you would get 15% discount on the consumer-based notebooks and the commercial-based notebooks, we have some offerings available on our store. In the hall 1, you can come and you can get the discounts up front. It is from 15,000 to 75,000 till discount cap is available at our booth. You can please come to us and get this discount, and you can connect it for your future purchases as well. And it is for consumers, students, for the home users, and for the corporates as well. Anybody?
Yeah, let me rephrase that. We have such an exciting laptop, HP 15, which is having an AMD processor on it, and it has all things bundled as per your requirement with preloaded Windows, 8 GB memory, 512 GB SSD. It is coming with free bag, and the cost is 110,500. This offer is valid for 26 till 28. You can visit us at Presence 9. You can book your orders. Thank you so much. Have a lovely day ahead. And thank you so much, Future Fest, for giving this opportunity. Future Fest, Zindabad.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. That was fantastic. Thank you. Okay, we have our second last discussion of the day, and this one is a panel. So I will let the stage be set up for a panel. The topic is cracking crypto, roadmap for all. We've got our moderator, Barrister Safi Khiari. Barrister Safi? I was waiting for your approval on my pronunciation of your last name, but you didn't even hear me. Please. We've also got speakers, William Phelps, Investment Manager and Director at Adaverse, Future Hub, Delta Partners. We also have Farouk Kiani, Country Marketing Manager at KuCoin Exchange. And they're going to have a fantastic conversation about crypto. We already know that about 50% of you invest in crypto, so you might learn some more tips. Over to you.
Thank you so much. All right, guys, so we all know crypto is the hot topic in Future Fest, that's for sure. I mean, I was looking through the list of topics. Almost everybody's talking about blockchain. If they're not talking about blockchain, they're talking about putting their things on blockchain. I've been sitting here in the hall for quite a while, and everybody wants to focus on Web3. AI is very 2023, crypto is back. And to discuss how crypto is going to move forward in Pakistan and in the wider arena, we have the pleasure of two luminaries of Web3. We have with us on my right side Farouk Kiani, who is a seasoned marketing maestro with over a decade of experience in key positions at leading multinational companies. His expertise spans PR, blockchain ecosystems, community development, marketing communications, consulting, and strategic partnerships. Beyond his corporate prowess, Farouk is a dedicated blockchain enthusiast, trader, and mentor. His passion for transformative potential of blockchain technology led him to play a crucial role in Pakistan's first digital currency as a top-tier central exchange. He's from KuCoin, by the way. A round of applause for him, please.
Thanks, everyone.
And then we have William Phelps, all the way from Lagos, Nigeria, who is an investment manager at Adaverse, Ada as in Cardano's ADA, Adaverse, based in Saudi Arabia and Nigeria. He has overseen investments from source of close to 50 Web3 startups across 10 Middle Eastern countries with a focus on B2C use cases and project tokenization. He has been involved in the development of Africa's first Web3 accelerator, taking 16 companies through a token-focused program. Now he's focusing on Saudi Arabia and the establishment of the kingdom's first blockchain venture builder. Prior to entering the Web3 space, he has worked in equity derivatives in London after graduating from Cambridge in 2020. We know this is going to be absolutely amazing. So my first question is to you, Farouk. We'll start off with a simpler question. We see that Pakistan is one of those few countries which have extremely high crypto adoption. Why do you think Pakistanis are so keen on dabbling in cryptocurrency?
All right, so I'm going to, Assalamu alaikum everyone, and good evening. So I'm going to dive into two important facts here. In 2022 and in 2023, if you look at the data, Pakistan, as per the chain analysis report, is on number 8 position as per the crypto adoption index. We actually dropped down few numbers as compared to the data which was in 2021, which is very obvious because we have seen a lot of inflation and a lot of turmoil in the country and everything. Obviously, this puts Pakistan down to a few numbers, but I think we are still in the top 10. This is something plausible, I guess. We have done a survey in 2023 where we have compared the data of 2021 versus 2023, and we have seen that in 2022, the adoption was around 4% in Pakistan, which grew by around 17% by the end of 2023. In another study that we mandated to a very big research firm here in Pakistan, we came to know that people have a very optimistic outlook about cryptocurrency, because if you remember the internet era, a lot of people have actually missed it, and they later on regretted about missing it. And we thought that people will answer this as that they just want to get rich quick or something like that. But we were shocked to see the result that people wanted to be the part of the future. Now, the most important thing is people here, even all the adults and Generation Z, Generation Y, they believe that this is going to be the part of future. 69% people, they said that they want to get into crypto because they want to be part of the future. They want their transactions to be more seamless. And around 37% of people have already invested more than $1,000 in cryptocurrency.
That's fantastic. So, just whilst we're talking about crypto adoption, William, you come from a company that works in Africa, Europe, Asia, all over the place, really. And there are a lot of portfolio companies on your VC's list as well. I would like to understand which Web3 areas are you seeing the maximum growth potential in for 2024? Like, what can we expect this year?
Oh, I think it's a great question, because if we look at the market at large, we are hopefully moving towards more favorable conditions and more of a bull run, hopefully, in 2024, leading into 2025. But I think in answering where the next trends are going to be and really where the big revenue drivers are, it's important to differentiate, in my opinion, between, say, the US and Europe and more emerging Web3 markets. And the reason I say that is, I guess, exemplified by Pakistan, insofar as one of the greatest use cases here, I understand, is hedging against currency devaluation. And I think it's very similar in parts of the Middle East, not necessarily when it comes to currency, but, for example, money transfers. We look at Africa, it's a similar story. It's credit-based. It's about really basic pain points in existing legacy systems. And whether it's payments, whether it's money transfer, whether it's credit, these are services that everyone needs, notwithstanding where the market is, but of course helped by a good market. So in terms of looking to future trends, I think key pain points, key value adds, and key service provision is really what I would aim for. So distilling that down, we've already mentioned finance and fintech. Everyone needs to send money, spend money, and receive money. Similarly, we look at, I guess, more primary and secondary sector use cases. For example, links to supply chain, commodities, agri-tech, for example. And the reason I look at these is, as I've mentioned, these are basic services. So notwithstanding the price of Bitcoin or the price of Ethereum, they will always be in demand. And it then just becomes a question of, I guess, going to market with them and really integrating the Web3 aspects in a way that the average consumer is able to use and understand. So I've probably not been as specific as some would have liked, but what I would say in terms of upcoming trends, in light of the bull market, but notwithstanding the bull market, are those basic pain points and basic service provisions.
Fantastic. And I'll just sort of put a carry-on question from what I'd previously asked, because you have varied experience across a bunch of jurisdictions, a bunch of areas. What are the key differences that you notice between the ecosystems of the Web3 ecosystems of Asia, of Europe, Africa, and any other place that you've seen, Middle East in this particular case?
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe I'm slightly biased because, again, my interest in Web3 really comes down to these use cases and solving existing pain points. But key differences I've noticed, I think, are very closely linked to consumer trends, consumer preferences, and for example, purchasing power within each market. And that obviously is diverse within continents as well. So for example, within West Africa, we see a greater preference towards money sending, money changing, basic financial services. In East Africa, where there's historically more of a culture of credit, we see a greater use cases and uptake of lending products within Web3, for example. And then in the Middle East, so Saudi Arabia in particular, where purchasing power is much higher and it's a more, let's say, entertainment-focused consumer base, much younger population, we see more cosmetic products. So almost every Saudi Web3 startup has NFTs integrated in one way or another. And then I guess finishing with Pakistan, a market that I'm yet less experienced in, but keen to learn more. You know, at least from what I've observed, there's a far greater tech basis, a far greater tech literacy amongst many founders, and I think amongst many consumers. And so, although maybe Web3 in Pakistan is at an earlier stage than other markets, I think there's great potential, you know, to actually build, I would say, more innovative solutions for the mass market.
This is absolutely fascinating. Farooq, I have a question for you. What kind of projects is KuCoin doing in Pakistan? Have you funded any project, and what is the sort of future that you're seeing here in Pakistan for KuCoin?
Thank you so much, Safi. That's a very, very beautiful question, I would say. Now, there are two parts to this particular question. So I often get emails, and you know, I get to meet a lot of people coming to me and asking to list their projects. So I tell them very clearly that listing is not something that we usually do like that. Because if your project doesn't have a long-term use and it doesn't have a practical use in reality, and if it does not serve a user base, we won't be able to list your projects. We have a very stringent, you know, token or project listing criteria, and there are a lot of steps that you need to follow. And just not only the step, we also have a lot of stringent processes where you have to meet with our listing teams and then, you know, coop up and comply with all the requirements that we usually look into. The number two part of this question is about the projects. So yes, KuCoin has been actively involved in global ecosystem development because we believe that this is something that we usually give back to the society. In this particular instance, we have supported Tone ecosystem. So many of you know about the Tone. On the Bitcoin ecosystem, we have supported OOF project. We have supported Dovi, Base, Zupia, and some other projects. In Pakistan, we have recently supported a project. They came to me last year in 2023, and the project is actually auto-renewable subscription from your crypto wallet. And we have funded that project, and those guys are really doing well. They are from this city Lahore, and we have funded them with around $1 million. They have got a round of around $300,000 already. They have got that round. So this is something that we are doing, and we are focusing on the long-term projects that could really change the real-world issues in terms of blockchain. Apart from that, we have recently started KuCoin campus program where we would like to collaborate with different institutions, no matter universities or even if these are governmental institutions. We are open to that, where students such as yourself can become part of our campus program. They can become our affiliate, and they can not only earn something from us, but they can also get some real life training from our developers and the management team.
This is fantastic. So Wake Up Lahoris, KuCoin has just funded a Lahori startup with $1 million, and he's talking about how more money can be spent here. So that's just fantastic. William, I am a Cardano enthusiast. Cardano is the first cryptocurrency I ever bought, and this was done because I'm a lawyer myself. I studied all the white papers. I thought Cardano was the best. However, Cardano hasn't performed quite as well. I haven't made a lot of money from that initial investment that I made. And I really want to ask you, what's going on with Cardano? Firstly, what are the advantages of building with Cardano? And secondly, can we expect Cardano to 5x this year?
You should say, do your own research.
Yeah, well, I couldn't possibly advise or recommend. But it's funny because whenever people come to me, and they often do, and say, oh, I own Cardano, I bought Cardano, my first response is always, oh, I'm very sorry to hear. Because sadly, it's not performed as well as I believe it should have done in recent years, and I think that's really the crux of the issue. Because the benefit on paper of Cardano is the proof system it employs on chain is incredibly intelligent. It's driven by academic research and very high-level cryptography. It's extremely accessible when it comes to, for example, network participation, looking at, for example, node provision. So at a purely technical level, it is moving towards what I believe to be sort of the perfect blockchain. The problem that I think Cardano has faced in particularly the last year is application. It's bridging that gap between sort of academia and cryptographic development and practical use cases. So if we look at competitors, so Solana, Celo, really, I'd say, mass market orientated chains that most importantly are EVM compatible, we see far greater use cases, we see far more companies building on them, and as a result, Cardano is at the moment doing less well. So I think what needs to happen, and I believe will happen this year, is not only EVM compatibility as a starting point, but those greater consumer use cases that we've seen with other comparable competitor chains. And really, I think, as part of that, trying to transform what is, as mentioned on paper, very close to being a perfect blockchain into something which is actually usable at a practical level. And I think that's a general point I'd make about crypto at large and Web3 at large, which is, for any founder, how you bridge the gap from what is a pretty impenetrable academic technology to being something that actually has tangible value adds to a consumer. So hoping to see that from Cardano, EVM compatibility to begin with, but it's an ongoing struggle.
Thank you so much. All right, Farooq, so I'd like to understand something. You're a Pakistani, and KuCoin's one of the top 5 global exchanges now. And I just want to get your take on what advice you would give Pakistani startups who are looking to enter into, let's say, funding programs for KuCoin, and if not that, just generally how they should orient themselves for further growth towards an international market. Because you yourself have gone from Pakistan all the way to the UAE, and you're looking at multiple markets now, Pakistan and India. So what advice would you give to our youngsters here?
I mean, if you look at the startup ecosystem from last 5-6 years in Pakistan, not the blockchain one, overall, you would see that overestimation is something that actually lets all the startups getting to a halt. We have seen a lot of startups getting failed because of the overestimation that they have shown to the VCs and the founding members. The most important thing is, when you are into a startup, no matter it's a blockchain, look at the long-term sustainability, first of all. Number 2, as a KuCoin, we really don't want to compromise our users' safety and their benefits. So it's more important for us that the project that you are building is actually changing or, doing a real life-changing stuff that is actually creating a real change in the blockchain world and have a practical use. Because if it doesn't have a practical use, it will eventually phase out. So I think this is the most important thing that I would like to advise for the startups, no matter blockchain or any other.
Absolutely, thank you. Similar question for you, William. What is the secret sauce that you're looking for when it comes to founders? Because I'm sure as an investment manager here, you look at a variety of founders who have a whole bunch of pitches. What distinguishes good founders from bad founders? What makes you select the ones that you want to go with?
I think fundamentally I say it's moving with purpose, building with purpose, executing with purpose, and fundraising with purpose. So what I mean by that really is what, as a founder, are you actually building and who are you building it for? I think when companies, particularly startups, have a specific pain problem in mind, a specific issue they're trying to solve, the rest follows far more easily, insofar as it's much easier then to execute, to identify your target market, and to develop a curated, bespoke product almost for that market. The issue I've seen with a lot of founders, particularly those who are new to Web3, is they see there are so many angles to it. There's the cryptocurrency, there's NFTs, there's smart contract infrastructure, and they try and do all at once. And suddenly what should be a very simple solution for even a complex problem becomes a very complex solution for no identifiable goal in mind. So I think it's very important to know what you're building, why you're building, and then as a final point as well when it comes to investment and fundraising, knowing exactly how or indeed who you're fundraising from. So let's say you're looking at tokens, you're looking at cryptocurrency. Look for investors that specialize in that give you strategic partnership. And with that, I think this sort of purposeful movement, again, the whole process becomes easier from founding to hopefully acquisition or exit as a founder.
All right, and so I have an interesting question. I just, whilst I was on the backstage, found out that Farokh is in charge of Pakistan and India both for KuCoin. So, Farokh, from your experience, what is the difference that you're noticing between the Pakistani market and the Indian market?
I mean, I think there is not much difference, but I would say that Indian market is more complex in a sense that there are a lot of, although from the outside it looks like the government has accepted it and lots of things are going really well, but overall the market is not really in a good shape because they have imposed a lot of taxations, a 30% tax on the withdrawals and 1% tax if you are submitting something. So, looking at this condition, we have seen that a lot of decline in the growth overall from the Indian region. And just recently, I think Indian government has banned few apps as well, but they are letting some apps to work. They are trying to build their own CBDCs. And I think that's a commendable effort that they are doing because this is the right direction. See, what I always say that you can set your direction in one night, but you cannot get your destination in one night. So I think they are like moving forward to the right direction. The banning thing, I never liked the banning culture. The banning thing is, it's temporary. It will be solved soon. But the thing is, the government is making right efforts in the right direction, and I guess we need the same sort of efforts here in Pakistan as well.
All right, thank you. Now, William, something that we often mistake is looking at crypto only as a financial product. When it comes to Cardano, could you give examples of projects that you've worked on that are non-financial in their nature and how they could be applicable in our, maybe give us use cases of how they're applicable in our day-to-day life?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the initial point about conflating cryptocurrency and tokens with financial products is a really important one because there are so many use cases outside simply exchange of value. So utility tokens, for example, to grow communities, governance tokens to incentivize community participation are all extremely important. So looking at our portfolio, there's two examples that really come to mind. The first of which is actually a Saudi company, and I'm aware that they've been exhibiting here today, called Takadao, which is promoting, and they've developed Sharia-compliant insurance pools based on, well, not only blockchain, but in particular tokens. The idea being that when you deposit into these pools, your funds are staked, and subsequently you earn Taka tokens, which give you discounts on future pools and participations, but also voting rights and the ability to, I guess, exercise governance over how these insurance pools are spent and where payout happens, which is, again, a fantastic and totally, I think, logical use case, which is made a lot easier and is globalized, really, by putting it on-chain. And just a final example as well, it's less token-related, but is more actually in the direction of NFTs. Is a company called Moment in South Africa. South Africa has grid problems and load shedding, so the government is really pushing renewable energy solutions. Moment have tokenized solar cells, which consumers can invest in. They raise money for private solar installations, and then the users receive dividends backed by the South African government of excess energy generated, which, although not tokens per se, is another great example of how a seemingly purely speculative Web3 technology can be used to actually generate tangible good. So yeah, just a couple of examples there.
Well, I guess that's all the time that we have. Thank you so much for being with us, William. Thank you for being with us, Farokh. It's been an absolute pleasure. So I hope that we can continue these conversations just backstage, and we'll keep chatting. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. That was really, really interesting. I would also like to be a part of that conversation as well. Okay, I will. I can actually, because we're at the final discussion, which is really exciting. We have the journey behind wheels, an automotive adventure. Do we have any car fans in the audience? Oh, quite a few. Me too, actually. Our speaker today is Saad Elahi, the Technology Collaboration Manager at General Motors. Please put your hands together for Saad.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum and good evening. Assalamu alaikum. I know it's late. I'm the last speaker for today. So we'll try to go through this quickly and try to wrap up. We have a few technical difficulties trying to get the clicker to work. While we're trying to get the clicker to work, my name is Saad Elahi. I used to work for General Motors. I retired from General Motors after about 38 years of service last year. And now working on trying to train and teach about electric vehicles here in Pakistan. And I'll talk about that a little bit. Okay. Why don't we go to the next one? Yeah. Yes, go to the next one. Let's get started. Okay, I'm going to start with this slide because I believe in the potential of Pakistan. And I really do from the bottom of my heart. I grew up here. I went to the US when I was 19, did my education there and been working there for quite a while. But I've always felt that Pakistan has a lot of potential, that we haven't really realized. And I think now is the time that we work on realizing this potential. And it's really great to see the work that Arzish and Azam Saab and the Future Fest team has done to pull this event together. I know it takes a lot to pull an event together like this. So I would request you to please give a round of applause to Arzish and his team, to the Future Fest team, for putting this event together. Next slide, please. This is a picture from my early years at General Motors, and every winter I'm reminded of this time at General Motors when I had first started. And one of my very first assignments given to me was to go test cars in the bitter cold weather of International Falls, Minnesota. And if any of you know where that is like at the very north of the US, at the border with Canada. And the temperatures there used to be minus 33 Fahrenheit, minus 36 Celsius. And we went there, we used to go there to test cars to make sure the cars are dependable in any temperature and in extreme conditions. And the reason I wanted to show you this picture today is because, not because I went there and tested cars, but because this was the time when I realized that you really have to push yourself, take yourself out of your comfort zone, whether it's physical comfort, mental comfort, or emotional comfort. To really achieve something, you have to push yourself and get out of your comfort zone. And I learned that very early on working at GM, and that helped me a lot as I progressed through my career at GM. Next slide, please. My early days at GM were testing cars. You saw the car there. There was an old station wagon. But the cars evolved over time, and my last few years at General Motors, I've worked on technology to bring hydrogen fuel cells to the automotive market, and that is a technology for electric vehicles. I was really fortunate to have the opportunity to work on that. We had a joint collaborative project with Honda. General Motors and Honda had a joint project to bring hydrogen fuel cells to the market, and that really gave me good experience in how the industry is going through a transformation now. The industry has gone through a lot of evolution over the years, but now it's going through a pretty significant transformation. And if you're familiar with the industry, one of the terms we use in the industry now is ACES. It stands for autonomous, which is driverless cars. So if you can imagine a few years from now, hopefully, We'll have cars running around without drivers in them. There are some challenges there still to be overcome, but I believe it's going to happen sooner than we think. So driverless cars are coming. I was talking to some folks and they said, driverless cars, you see driverless cars in Pakistan? I said, why not? They said, have you experienced the traffic in Karachi and Lahore? Driverless cars are going to work in this traffic? I said, look, I'm an optimist. I look at it this way, that if we can make driverless cars work in the traffic of Karachi and Lahore, we can make driverless cars work anywhere in the world. That's really how you got to look at it, right? So yes, that can happen. The second one is connected vehicles. Vehicles are getting more and more connected to your mobile devices, to the infrastructure, to other vehicles on the road. And what that is doing is it's generating a lot of data, and that is going to require data management and data science skills. So those of you who are in those fields, there is a lot of potential in the automotive industry for data science, data management, and the cars get more and more connected. The next one is electric. And that's the area that's closest to my heart because that's the area that I've worked in last few years at General Motors. Electric cars are coming. I'm going to show you a few slides on that next. And then the last one is shared mobility, and that's coming as well. But the thing that connects all of these together is software. So those of you who are working in software fields and embedded controls, there's a lot of opportunity in this area as the industry changes and transforms itself. The EV growth is going on across the board, all the way from two-wheelers to three-wheelers to passenger cars, trucks, and large trucks. Here in Pakistan, our volume is more on the two-wheeler side. There are some new startups that are working in this space here, which is great to see. Some of you may have seen the Vlectra motorcycles. They're in the exhibition hall. There are other motorcycle startups that are coming up. There's some three-wheelers startups. Most of the cars right now are imported here in Pakistan for electric vehicles, but that's gonna happen too. And then on component side, we've got some players working on components. What are the opportunities for Pakistan in this? Like I said, two-wheelers and three-wheelers, that's where the volume is in Pakistan. So that's the space that's attracting a lot of investment right now. And if you're interested in EVs, that's the area that's got a lot of potential given the volume. The other opportunity is really in indigenization. What does that mean? That means that you really have to look at localizing the core components of electric vehicles. If we don't localize, that means we'll have to import those components, and importing those components is going to be expensive for us. So that's not something we want to continue to do. So we really need to work on localizing and indigenizing core components, battery, motor, electronics, and software. And the other opportunity is regionally and globally. There's a lot of growth in this area, which means a lot of demand for skill set. So if you have skill set in electric vehicle technology, you'll be in demand regionally and globally. Next slide, please. What is the skill set that's required in this area? On the engineering track, we look at it in two different ways, engineering track and technician track. In engineering track, you have to learn how to design and develop components, how to integrate them into complete systems, both from a hardware standpoint and a software standpoint, and how to test and validate those products properly. And then on the technician side, it's assembly, floor technicians, and also people have to maintain and repair electric vehicles. About 2 years ago, we formed this company here in Pakistan, Electric Vehicle Academy, with the mission that we want to train people here in EV technology because this is where the jobs are going to be. This is where the opportunities are going to be. This is where, if you're an entrepreneur, you'll have opportunities in running your own businesses. So our mission is to train and grow indigenous capability in Pakistan. Next slide, please. The last slide that I'll leave you with is right here in this city, we have a monument. It's called Minar-e-Pakistan, and that's a symbol and a reminder for us that with resolve, with determination, and with hard work, anything can be achieved. Yes, we have a lot of challenges. We have a lot of issues to overcome here in Pakistan, but we will overcome those, inshallah. That is going to require hard work. It is going to require some determination, but we can make it happen, and we will, inshallah. Thank you so much.
Oh no, it's gonna. Wonderful, thank you so much for that. Can you believe that we're at the end? A whole day. Who has been here since the very beginning? Oh wow, a few hands. Did you enjoy yourselves? Yes? Do you feel like you know more about technology after the day that you've had? Fantastic, a lot of thumbs up. Thank you so much for joining us. Obviously, you know that we start again tomorrow at 12. But I'd also like to invite a special guest up to the stage for some photos. Captain Kara, please come up on the stage. She has created the world's first Digital World Aviation Academy. Is that not the most incredible? Come on, and we've just become best friends in the last 5 minutes as well, so come here. So, if you want to join us up on stage, if you want to join Captain Kadar up on stage, please. Where's the mic? Yes, we can get you another mic unless you want to share mine. Over to you.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It's so nice to have you over here at the Future Fest. So let me introduce you about myself and the work I do. I'm Captain Qadar Sarfaraz. I'm a commercial pilot, and I am the founder and CEO of world's first ever Digital Aviation Academy, and it's first of its kind in the world. Now, what are we doing? We teach pilots online, and we prepare them for the exams through one-to-one online trainings. We have 100% passing rate and 95% customer retention rate. So that's what we do. We have already been recognized by, thank you so much. We have been recognized by US State Department, and we have been awarded by Women in Aviation Middle East for the best education services. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nikki. I met you, and I'm so happy that we met, and I'll be connected with you throughout. So, all of our here, a big hand for the Pakistan, and a big hand for Future Fest. Thank you.
So anyone who wants to join Captain Kadar on stage, make your way up onto the stage. This is your moment.